Welcome to Pop Comic Talk, I should say. Welcome to Pop Comic Talk. I'm your host, I.S. Fergus, and this is our first time doing this, as you can tell, and we'll see kind of, how this plays out. We're doing a fairly large live stream here, and, for the next couple hours, talking to a multitude of a few guests, kind of seeing, what are people's favorite comics? What do people like to read? I think it's a good conversation to have with a variety of guests, because we want to see what do people like, what do people love. We want to give out recommendations, whether indie comics or whether publishers from the the big names like Marvel, DC, etc. I wanted to bring on a multitude of guests because I wanted to hear a multitude of different voices, different people, and so this is a very small operation today. It's a very small operation, so if you notice any kind of technical difficulties or any kind of audio hiccups or whatnot, let us know in the chat so that we can get that fixed up, and also, give us a little leeway, as this is our first time doing a live stream here. So I wanted to also direct you towards our Kickstarter. So currently we are on our last 24 hours for the Brothers Kickstarter. This is the third volume in the Children of the Night saga. This is my debut comic series, so I'm really excited to get this in your hands. I'm really excited to start finishing the story. This is the third of 4 volumes, and it'll be cool to start answering some questions people have had along Volume 1, Volume 2. It's been a bit of a journey. We've been making this comic for the last couple of years now, and slowly but surely it's coming to an end, and so we're bringing you the penultimate version. There is a Kickstarter. We will drop the link in the chat there to check it out. Highly encourage checking out the Kickstarter, see what's going on. So we will start playing that trailer, and then we'll start talking to some guests, start bringing people on, and talk about my favorite comics as well. Let's begin.
Follow private investigator John Black as he investigates the disappearance of missing children. His journey has brought him to Chinatown, a district where he is actively hunted. Children of the Night, a cyberpunk detective story. Get your hands on Brothers, the third volume in the saga. More twists, more turns, more violence. John pulls no punches in his relentless pursuit of answers. The Kickstarter for Brothers is live. Reserve your copy today.
Nice. Hopefully that kind of gave you some excitement, showed you what the comic's a little bit about. There is a preview, thank you, in the chat. MagicByMarybeth has dropped the link to the Kickstarter. What would I do without you? That should be in the link of the video, but it's not, and that's okay. That's okay. It will be. We will get it down there. Thank you, Mary Beth, who is a guest today as well on today's stream, who we will be chatting with. Before I start talking to some guests here, I would like to talk about my personal favorite comic books. One of my personal favorite comic books is, I would say the one that I enjoy the most is actually, I share it with one of our guests here. We share the same kind of favorite comic book, so I'm going to hold off until talking about my personal, up there as what I consider, S tier comic. I'm going to hold off until I talk to that guest, because it's interesting, we share the same comic book. I think we'll both have a lot to talk about, but really I want to take this stream as a chance for you to kind of come in as an audience member and to just get a recommendation. Get, hey, I'm looking for comic books. This person recommended this. They seem to jive with my style. They seem to be the type of person, that I usually listen to recommendations from. Maybe that comic will speak to you. As I said, we're going through indie comics as well as from the large publishers there. So the first comic I'd like to talk about, which is not hugely well known, sorry for my drink here, is a comic called Alex. This is Alex. Alex, who looks like a big dog. I'm totally grabbing the wrong side there. So this is Alex. This is a beautiful comic by Mark Kalasniko. I probably pronounced that terribly, so apologies, Mark. This comic, is it's produced by Fantagraphics. And it is a beautiful, beautiful comic. As you can see here, as I hold it up to the camera there, that main character is kind of like a dog character, which is never really referenced in the book why, but it's very metaphorical. This book is about a cartoonist, an artist who his lifelong dream was to work at Walt Disney Studios. And so, to be copyright free, he does not want to work at Walt Disney. He wants to work at Walt Mickey or Mickey Walt Studios, completely legally free of any kind of, it's very clear what this is referencing. So this, I don't know how true this is. I should have done a little research. I don't know how true this is to Mark's, the author's actual life story, his actual, how much this really kind of reflects his personal life story there. But it's a beautiful story nonetheless. It's about a guy, like I said, an animator whose dream is to go to Walt Mickey Studios to animate there. He's from a very small town, and what if, the question this graphic novel brings up is like, what if you accomplish your dreams and then it's not fun? It's not cool. It's not what you thought it would be. It's just is. It's just another job. It's just what it is. And that's really what the story is, Alex here, he is an alcoholic. He has come back home to his small town, and everyone's like, hey, weren't you trying to, get to Walt Mickey Studios? And he was like, I did. I did it. And it's really just a story of him coming back home to a small town and trying to reflect on, the harsh reality that his dreams, he's got to rethink his dreams, and he's got to say what really matters to him, because clearly this big journey that he went on prior to the start of this book, it wasn't his jam. So I highly recommend Alex. If you are looking for a recommendation, a comic recommendation, a graphic novel, one that you can say, hey, I'm not looking for superheroes. I'm not looking for a bigger, DC Justice League world, Marvel Avengers. Just give me a man whose head is a dog head, who's sad and drunk and shitting blood. And I would say, you got it. It's here in Alex. It's great. It's a really wonderful story. Very kind of sad, but wonderful. Yes, that is that. As I said, this is a one-man show, so I am also trying to field our guests and make sure that they are coming when they are. Yes. Okay, cool. One-man show here. Like I said, small team behind us. So I also had another, before our first guest joins, I will talk about another small comic I'm reading, or have read. I'm actually reading it a second time. This is A Ghost Arm Made of Angry Ghost by Oliver Mertz, Taylor Esposito, Alex Diotto. A Ghost Arm Made of Angry Ghosts. I cannot tell you how, I cannot express to you how good this comic is. knocking everything over. Whoopsie daisy. I cannot express to you just how beautiful this comic is, just how amazing this is. This is in a world of superheroes. This is the start of a series, so don't expect to have everything answered immediately. This is clearly just issue 1 of an ongoing series. When I backed this, I backed this on Kickstarter. I received a digital copy first, and when I read through the digital copy, I forgot that I also backed a physical copy, and I was gonna, I was like, hey, I need to get a physical copy. This is so good. I read it. I was like, I need to have it on my shelf. Even though I've read it, I need this book. It is incredible. And luckily, I've just forgotten. I actually did back the physical copy, so it came in the mail later. And I was like, oh, thank God. Because I think everyone should have this on their shelves. This is in a world of superheroes, but it seems that superheroes have done their job, and there's no villains. There's at least at this point, there's just heroes doing mundane things, getting cats out of trees. One woman, she controls the weather, and people vote to have like whether they want a sunny day or not. Like she's kind of like Storm, but she's like this old lady. It's really, really interesting, and the two protagonists are these like teenagers who are kind of in the punk rock scene in DC. Absolutely fantastic book. This is an indie book that belongs in your bookshelf. A ghost arm made of angry ghosts. Again, I cannot stress it enough. I mean, it starts off like the first little page. It starts off with like talking about the Earl of Sandwich and sandwiches, and being like, you think the Earl of Sandwich invented sandwiches? Well, that's a complete incorrect statement. I'm doing it no justice here. It's this beautiful kind of tangent, and it really kind of shows you the writing chops of the author there. It shows you, just how interesting it can be, because it goes on this tangent that really, like, does it mean that much to the story? Not really, but it adds a beautiful depth that it just brings you in, because it goes, okay, this is what the story is. It might tangent a little, it might kind of go off a little, but there is a beautiful through line of the main character as he starts to discover his own superpowers. So that be that. So yeah, we have our first guest here. I am just going to bring them in. Bear with me while we bring them in here. Deep. Bear with me one moment. Okay, here we go. And apologies, everyone, as I will put you through a trailer again as I load this up.
Follow private investigator John Black as he investigates the disappearance of missing children. His journey has brought him to Chinatown, a district where he is actively Follow private investigator John Black as he investigates the disappearance of missing children. His journey has brought him to Chinatown, a district where he is actively hunted. Children of the Night, a cyberpunk detective. Get your hands on Brothers, the volume in the saga. This, more violence. John punches in his relentless of answers. The Kid Brothers is live. Reserve your ticket.
Hey, Daniel, can you hear me?
I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if you can hear me at all. By the way, you can't hear me. You can't hear me. I cannot hear you. Unfortunately. Are you using OBS? Are you using OBS as well as this? Okay. Sometimes mics are used on both, like more than one at a time.
Okay, I think we are. Oh, yeah, I think we are good. So sorry, everyone. Oh, nope, there we are. Okay, here we go. So sorry, everyone. Um, Here we go. Cool. Welcome to the show, Daniel, or CaptBurgerson. Daniel, why don't you briefly tell us a little about yourself? The reason why I ask is because we're recommending comic books, and I want people to know who they're getting recommendations from, even if it's just a kind of a brief summary. That way they can go, you know, this guy's opinion probably will jive with me. This guy's opinion might not jive with me. That's the whole reason we're bringing on the assortment of guests. And again, so sorry to you and the audience for those technical difficulties. This is our first live stream, so we figuring it out, as they say.
It's all good. That's how it goes with live streaming. Honestly, it's sometimes it's just kind of a crapshoot, so don't sweat it. But yeah, I'm Daniel. I often go by CaptBurgerson online. I'm a YouTube digital content creator primarily. I do gaming content focused on the Legend of Zelda series. We look at kind of level design. So this is a little, one might assume, out of my wheelhouse. Sorry, but I do other things other than just game, including reading sometimes. Wouldn't you know? Sometimes I even touch grass. So. So yeah. But thank you so much for having me on. As well.
Absolutely.
And,
So let's talk about your comic. Oh, sorry, as I move my chair and destroy everything in its path. Let's talk about comics. You brought up a comic to me when we were talking the other day that you kind of wanted to chat about. But you're saying, hey, there might be a couple others, which is great. The more conversation, the better. Let's talk. So let's first talk about the Batman Long Halloween. That's the book, eh?
That was the first one to come to mind for me. I don't 100% know if I would call it my favorite graphic novel ever, but it's certainly one I've read recently and do really enjoy it and would rate highly. And it's funny because the cover you have up is different than the one I have. But I do think it's maybe a little cliche in some ways to choose this, because it is a very well-regarded choice. But it is genuinely, it is one of those where it's like its reputation kind of precedes it, but
it's a classic for a reason.
It has so much notoriety for a reason. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, and it's great. I think some of the artwork, it's got a very almost more, it almost it chooses style over realism a lot of the time, which is something that I find very interesting visually. Like, it has a very striking hard shadows sort of art style that I really
it
like,
does.
like
I actually
really
wanted to show that off. So yeah, when looking for a cover, there's lots of different they had quite a few different covers, as you know, titles, because I believe this is 96 something along there, 97. A lot of titles that have, you know, been published this long have so many different, you know, new chapters, you know, the definitive edition covers, so many different covers, I should be saying, but this was a beautiful one. But yeah, you're talking about the art, about how a lot of times it's like style over realism. It is so true. I wanted to show some of this art because this stuff, the artist is I feel terrible for missing this, but because I believe it's Jeff Loeb who did the writing. Artists
Jeff Loeb, Tim Sale.
Tim Sale is the artist. Yes. Curse me for not knowing that.
Gregory Wright did the colors. Yeah. It's.
I mean, look at this.
It's very visually striking.
Yes, I mean, holy God, look at that thing. Like, it is. I mean, absolutely incredible. Some of this art, like, just look at how beefy Batman is. He is here to punch you in the head. I'll tell you that. He is gonna
absolutely
knock you. Bruce Wayne is showing up to board meetings threateningly. I'll tell you that.
It's funny because even when there's parts where he is, just Bruce, and which some might say is like his cover more than his identity, but and he's like this fucking sorry if I'm not sure if I'm supposed to swear, but he's this
No,
he's this beefed up man. He's it almost
he
looks
is
out of
huge.
place in his suit. But yeah, like this is one of my favorite panels here is he's just shows up, he's a gentleman, and he's just actually Christopher Nolan, who did the Dark Knight trilogy, also did cite this as a huge inspiration for his films as well.
I mean, yeah, I'm shook because I haven't.
You can see that, I think.
Yes, curse me for, and apologies for any interruptions there, because due to
lag
on live streaming. I feel bad for not having fully read this beforehand, because this is definitely on my list of comics to read. But you can really see the inspiration here in the Two-Face. Like, I had no idea how much
grotesque
he is. Disgusting, but I had no idea how much Nolan really drew inspiration from this art. So yeah, good job, Tim Sale, because that is some really incredible pieces there. So
absolutely. I will say one thing I really like about this book is that in it really does feel like a detective story more than a superhero story, which is very cool, because a good mystery. And one that genuinely, on a first read, I don't want to spoil it in case anyone hasn't read it or read it yet, but read it. I don't know words, but but if anyone hasn't read it yet, like there's a genuine mystery that like I would not have guessed the plot twist when it comes up of like who it has been.
Yeah. Can you give a summary of the comic, like the plot line, without spoilers, as you said, but like what is the Long Halloween for? Because I think Batman obviously has such a prevalence in. There's just so much Batman media and so many comics, so it's easy to miss one here or there.
Yeah. Well, this is where you remember I Believe in Harvey Dent. That's actually from this book first.
Gotcha.
But yeah, it is this story of like there's all these murders happening, and they all happen to coincide with different holidays throughout the year. So the first one is on Halloween, and then I believe the last one is also Halloween. So the book spans a year.
Gotcha.
And it's been a few months since I read it, so I might be misremembering the end date, but I'm pretty sure it is a full year, Halloween to Halloween. And Batman is trying to figure out who's doing all these murders. They seem to be targeting like specific people, and then he's trying to like pick apart. And he goes through the usual rogues gallery, but none of them have done it. And you can see sort of this frustration building of Batman trying to like, all these supervillains haven't figured it out. And even like the Joker gets kind of mad that whoever's doing this is taking up so much of Batman's attention that he also goes to try and figure out who did it. Because it's like Batman's preoccupied with with this other person, and it's driving me insane that he's doing that, because it's the Joker. It sort of has this weird parasocial not healthy relationship with Batman, right? And yeah, and so there's a couple twists where there's many times where you're like, oh, this does make sense. There's even a Batman villain called like Holiday, who is like a killer centered around Calendar. Or no, he's called Calendar Man. Sorry. Holiday is what Batman is referring to the Holiday killer as, but there is Calendar Man already as a Batman villain, and even he shows up, and it's not him. But Batman initially suspects it because it matches kind of his MO. But he ends up using, almost like in a Silence of the Lambs way, like consulting Calendar Man about like sort of like trying to get bits of information, try to get in the mindset of someone who would do these kind of murders. Pardon me, sorry. So it is essentially a year-long detective story more than a superhero story, which I think is really cool for Batman, especially. I feel like that is sort of like almost the quintessential Batman thing, right? The twists, genuinely, when I first read it years and years ago, I don't remember how long ago it was, but could not have predicted the way the sort of like the killer surfaces, and then there's even additional twists after that I like absolutely was stunned by. So and there is the ending does almost leave you on like a note of like, well, was this did the right person get put away? Is this right? Like there's like still kind of questions in the air, which seems very intentional as well. So yeah, it's highly recommended detective sort of story for Batman. Yeah, and it did really, he really goes through the rogues gallery, and uh, lots of, but it doesn't feel like cameos for the sake of cameos. You know, it's not like Batman's Glove Shido book. It's like every time a villain shows up, it does truly feel written in a comprehensive way, as opposed to just being like, oh, we gotta name drop the Riddler now, so that
Right. It
people
makes
have
sense
that moment
in the frame of the universe there.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a great book.
Yeah, one thing I feel like people who only really see Batman in like movies or like even as like just in general a lot of media, like you get a lot of that superhero like I'm here to, I'm gigantic because I'm Bruce Wayne kind of stuff, but the detective element I find is missing in a lot of media. And I've had this conversation with you on an aside many times, where my favorite Batman movie is The Batman starring Robert Pattinson, because less about like the gritty realism. Like I don't mind a Batman in a world of like Green Lanterns and Supermans and aliens. I don't mind that, but more so that he's an actual detective. And there's elements of that in like the Dark Knight trilogy, etc. But this is like really like the Riddlers. We don't need to get in the plot of the Batman movie, but the point is that I've always loved that element of Batman is the detective side of things, and Batman solving crimes that like when you have supervillain geniuses like a normal detective working for a police station doesn't have the resources, the power, or the quite frankly the brains to solve them. And whereas Bruce Wayne, like that's the whole, to me that is a much more interesting Batman, is when he's a detective rather than just a guy who's able to destroy anything. And it's interesting when like 100%. There's even conversations of like who's smarter, Lex Luthor or Batman, because it just shows you at what level Batman's intelligence is, that he's that smart of a character. And I feel like that aspect of him gets overlooked sometimes, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Yeah, and it is really cool too. An aspect that I don't see a lot of like other Batman media lean into is there's like the mob, who are like real, very much based on like real life crime lords and stuff like that. Like, sort of there's a duality of like, there's these super villains, but there's also like the crime families in Gotham, and how do these two factions sort of interact with each other and tolerate each other, or not tolerate each other as well, and Batman kind of being a mutual enemy for them as well. And so there's I don't know, I feel like aside from maybe the first Nolan film, there's not been a lot of depictions of like, oh, this is like real crime in Gotham, you know what I mean? It's just like supervillains. So I don't know, it's something that's always cool to see get touched on as well.
No,
like the corruption in the police and the crime families and the Falcones or whatever they're called. So yeah.
No, that's sick. And as a question, what you are, I would say, a moderate comic reader, in the sense of you're you don't have like a shelf full of them, but you're not adverse to reading comics. You have a shelf with comics on there, so that it's part of your rotation, but you're not like, someone wouldn't be like, Daniel's a big comic nerd, you know what I mean? Like, you're kind of so because you have let's say a limited batch of comics that you kind of refer to, why did The Long Halloween, why is that on your bookshelf, of all the comics to have? And I guess you gave it a review, but like how did you read it before you bought it? Was it a gift? Or why is that there in your collection? And when you go, hey, the few comics I read, that's the one.
To be honest with you, I think this one was a gift, actually.
Fair. Very fair.
But it did resonate in a way. So so it's I think I've had it for probably well over a decade at this point, though. And it is one that I just do find myself kind of coming back to, and there is something to be said for that, as like an example. Like there are plenty of other books I've loved, absolutely would rate highly, but don't necessarily revisit often. You know what I mean? But there's something about
Absolutely.
this one that feels very like, I don't know, like there's a lot of like it's not just a product made to have product made. It feels like there was some
Mm.
real passion behind it. That's sort of intangible.
Yes. Yes. It's
Hmm.
and it definitely comes from like yeah, oh god, I can't get over that frame of the guy screaming in the corner. It is so
Yeah,
gnarly. Like to me when I was like
I
looking
mean,
through
can you
some of the
blame him?
art, yeah, I was like, my god, this is such a oh my god, like this is so good. Just like you said, like you described it perfect where he's going a style over realism, but it tells you everything you need to know. Like good god. I love it. I
Hmm.
love it.
Yeah, yeah, no, it's like some of these panels where it's like they lean so well into just using huge, heavy, dark shadows and silhouettes
Yeah.
of characters quite often, and just yeah, it's like there's these conversations. I'll try and show without too much, but it's just like these characters are just in the dark, and it's like, but there's enough detail for you to follow like who's who and where, right? And but like
Yeah.
just there's almost these monochromatic panels that are uh I don't know. It's a beautiful, like the art is stunning. It's truly
Yes,
truly
there's one
yeah.
panel. It was actually near the end, or it was a couple pages where it's all black and white except like highlights of red of blood. And I was gonna throw that here in the preview, and then I realized I was like, this is right near the end of the book. I'm pretty sure this is a spoiler of like of the ending, so I couldn't throw it in. But
Yeah,
it to me
probably
as
don't
I'm
want the
flip,
spoiler in there.
yeah, I'm flipping through the
I
book
think
and
I
it.
have the exact page that you were talking about. Yeah, I yes, with
Yeah,
Two
definitely.
Face. Yeah, yeah. That's
Yeah,
maybe don't put that one out.
yeah, I was like, this is definitely the end of the
Yeah,
book. Um, yeah,
yeah,
but I just thought it was so interesting because it stands out so much that you're flipping through a very colored book, and then all of a sudden there's no coloring except these red highlights. So yeah, no, that is it is a it's definitely one I want to kind of sit down and fully read as well, especially now really seeing these the Christopher Nolan trilogy is obviously for the movies hailed as a great trilogy. Like I said, I personally like Robert Pattinson's
hmm,
better. That's me personally. But it's really amazing
for sure.
seeing the inspiration being pulled right off these pages, and
Hmm.
you got to love the homage to these great artists who this I feel like this Two Face is a pretty gnarly, like a little more gnarly than what was
Yeah.
standard. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm not reading 1995 Batman, so I'm like, who knows? Maybe I'm a little incorrect, but this just does feel like the artist was saying, like, I'm gonna give you a really gnarly looking Two Face.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
You had some other comics that you were kind of wanting to touch on. Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know
let's
if you
let's
heard of
chat.
this one, but it's pretty good.
Oh
But
my God, this guy.
um, no, that
Holy.
wasn't the one I was.
Oh,
I
okay. I was
grabbed it,
about to
but
say, do
uh,
not do that. No, I'm just kidding. I appreciate that. I
no,
appreciate that.
it's pretty good. This is going to seem like a left field choice actually, and it was a book that I did not anticipate even reading. Actually, my wife picked it up in a batch of other books that she was
Mhm.
um, that she had bought, and I saw it, and I was like, "Oh, this is." I guess I don't know. It is about a person visiting Japan and living in Japan, and I had
Mm.
just come back from a trip to Japan, so I was like, "Okay, I'll just like give it a glance." And I kind of flipped through it, and then I started reading it, and then I read the whole book, while drinking my coffee that morning. So it's called Halfway There. It is a graphic memoir of self-discovery by Christine Mari. Is
Okay,
that's how it's
halfway
described on
there.
the cover. Halfway there, and it is very much a story of again, written very much by the author's informed by the author's own experiences, but it is very much a
Mm.
story of feeling out of place in a like kind of like you just are living in a place where you don't belong, and
Mm.
both like just among peers, among family, and stuff like that, and her own struggles with depression as well. And so it is it is a heavy read, I will say, but it is a story that I don't know, resonated with me more than I expected it to, because I am not a mixed ethnicity woman personally, but
right.
But there's a lot in it about where she's going to college in Japan, but she was raised in the U.S. And so she's the author, and main character is a half Japanese and half American, or white. I don't think they ever touch on what version of white. White people don't really exist though, but she's mixed race, and the reason that's relevant is that when she's in the States, she does not feel like she belongs because she's not white. And when she's in Japan, she does not feel like she belongs because she is not fully Asian, she's not fully Japanese. And there is sort of this sense of like not really belonging anywhere, or feeling that way, even though really it's more in her head. And then she's going to university in Japan, but there's the language barrier, and she's struggling, and just despite really trying, not doing well academically. And I can certainly relate to that in some ways, even though it's like things that are not necessarily wrong with her, and a lot of it comes down to like she's not getting the help that she needs because of her mental health issues that she's going through, right? So while I can't relate to every aspect of it, there's a lot of things that really hit home for me in this book. And it is like I said, it is a heavy read, but I have certainly been in many a situation, both in personal life and otherwise, where I have very much felt a sense of like, I don't belong here, and I'm an outcast, or whatever it is, and that's a heavy theme in the books, of just trying to come to terms with that and accept yourself, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that sounds like a very
that wasn't
beautiful...
too rambly.
No, please ramble. I'm here for the next 5 hours. The more rambling, the better. No, that sounds like a really beautiful book, and something that I think would really hit home for a lot of people. I like stories like this because obviously, this is a lot of representation that isn't... this is representation that we don't see tons, that we should see more. Obviously, we want to see more representation of our black folk, our queer folk, our, Asian folk, but even those, mixed races, where, as you're saying, like mixed folk who are, half Asian or half American, where they're facing struggles of their own rights, and they're facing struggles that are really unique to them and really specific to them. And I think representation like that really matters. It matters for people to know what everyone's kind of going through, and also kind of it's important because it's not only for the folks who are out there who are also biracial or half whatever, but it's also important for folk like us who are cis white folk who might not have who might be born in a place of privilege to see, any type of media where we can see and consume the writings and the creative work of people who might be discriminated against more or whatnot, and so that we can get a better understanding. Anything that can allow us to grow our empathy, anything that can allow us to see a little bit of the insight, even though obviously it will never amount to what the struggles they're really facing. It will never amount to living in their shoes. At least it gives us an opportunity as cis white males to step in a little bit to kind of see like, okay, this is, I've never thought of this struggle, or I've never thought of that, or, oh, wow, they're facing that. I never even thought of that, whatever might be the case. And then for folks who do relate to it or feel represented, they go, okay, I'm not the only one. This person faced the same struggles I did. So I think these stories really matter, and so it's beautiful that you brought this up. Thank you, Mary Beth, moderating in the chat. Sorry, Magic by Mary Beth MB is in the chat right now. She dropped a link, so thank you. Keep up in the chat. She's on top of it.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I think it is important to read a variety of types of stories, right? Like I said, it might look a little out of left field, and I was just kind of more curious when I first picked it up, but I was very immediately sucked in by the writing style, and it's very personable, and it's very clearly a personal story for the author. Also, the art is very visually striking in a way. I guess I come to think of it, looking at it, it's a lot of heavy shadows and bold outlines and things. I was like, maybe I have a tendency to a certain kind of artwork, but no, I like I said, I do think it's important to read a variety of different stories, because I think that's how we grow as readers as well. If we can sort of at least try to step into someone else's shoes for a moment and see the world through their eyes.
Yes.
You know, it helps. I think everyone, if everyone did that, there would be a little more empathy in the world. So yeah, it is, I think, a worthwhile read for sure. And it's not a long book. Like I said, I probably breezed through it in about an hour.
Okay, yeah, it's pretty quick sounding.
Yeah, but it is actually, like, some of the artwork, again, very heavy dark shadows, very strong blacks, and you know, not tons of color, except for like sort of to put some emphasis on certain elements that I don't want to spoil. So you know what I mean? Just yeah, it's very visually. I don't know if she drew it as well. It only has her Christy Murray credited, so I think she both wrote and did the art for it, but I might be wrong about that. But I don't see an artist name on it, so
fair.
Yeah,
that's awesome. That's like I said, I think that's a really good recommendation. Could you actually hold that back up to the camera again? I just want to do a double
that's the book.
look at that cover there. Oh yeah, that's beautiful. That's quite a recommendation.
The cover's in color, but the book itself, you know, is not fully black and white, but there's very sparse and deliberate use of color, I would say. Yeah,
for sure.
But it is it's a great read. Like I said, a lot of like having to put on a face, as it were, even though you don't feel like you belong. Yeah. Beautiful story, though, but again, a very heavy read, which not everyone always has the headspace for, right? So that's
there are definitely comics where you kind of have to be in the headspace to actually take it on and to read it. I think that's you know, some people, it's pretty obvious for like certain movies where like, oh, that's too depressing, I can't watch that right now or whatnot. But I mean, any type of literature or media, you know, you should definitely be weary of, you know, the material, or not weary, but at least know the material, because really it's going into you the same way as a movie or a song would. And people are often surprised when a book or comic can make you cry, or can kind of go like, holy, I'm feeling the weight of that. So, but like I said, these kind of books are needed, and are a wonderful treasure to kind of stumble upon.
Absolutely, yeah. Like I said, it's anything to do with mental health being a big theme is you gotta. I think you just have to know that going into it, because otherwise, it's will crush you. So yeah,
it will, absolutely. Nice, man. So you got the Long Halloween. Sorry, I already forgot the title of that one.
Oh, the other one, Halfway There, is
Halfway There. Long Halloween. You got Halfway There. What year did Halfway There? How old is this? Well, this one seems fairly new, all things considered.
It's, let me see if it says the year in here. I do feel like it is a fairly new print, at least. 2024. It's a very new book.
Okay, so it is very, very new. So yeah, get your. It's easy, probably fairly easy to get your hands on. Hopefully, then.
Yeah, hopefully, but also it's it's good to support an independent author
Yes.
as well. I'm sure that's something you could relate to. So
yes, that absolutely
there is
speaks
that,
to me. That absolutely
support an independent author, a woman in the medium that's publishing. I think that's worthwhile to support for sure.
100%. I do. And again, link is in the chat. Magic by Mary Beth has put that in the chat. So if that does sound of interest to you, I highly recommend, just for the sake of, The Long Halloween looks like a beautiful book, but I think DC, if you had to flip a coin on them, DC might have a little bit more money in their pocket than some of these indie creators. So if you had to flip a coin, I would say support the indie creators. As always, I'm an indie author myself, and so it's an endeavor, that's for sure. But either way, but if you have multiple coins in your pocket, The Long Halloween is a great one. But yeah, that's a great recommendation, Daniel. I appreciate you bringing that on. Did you happen to have another, or was it those your main ones there?
Those were the big ones. I mean, there's this one too. I don't know if you've heard of it, but it's pretty good, I guess.
Oh my God, this guy.
No,
Okay, that's the second. All right. This guy. We're cutting
pretty
this
good.
guy off. Thank you. Daniel, of course, is holding up the first 2 volumes of Children of the Night, my comic there. This is not a paid sponsor. Daniel is going to be kicked off the show for doing that. No, I'm just kidding. But I appreciate you showing those off if you like cyberpunk or anything like that. It's a good comic to read.
Oh, yeah.
I guess let's talk about my own comic there. But no, I appreciate you, Daniel. Before we let you go, was there anything you wanted to add? Anything you want to promote? Anything you have going on your side that we could check out, or any last final words before the man comes into your room there?
Yeah. If you want, you can check me out. It's CaptBurgerson. It's as in the title of the stream here. And yeah, I talk video games mostly on my channel, so go check it out. Otherwise, I want to say thanks for having me on and giving me a little bit of time to talk about something that I don't usually get to talk about online. I mean, I guess I could, but it's not my niche, as it were. So.
It'll destroy the algorithm and tank your channel.
Exactly. No, exactly. Every time I have like done something a little different than usual, that I see like the video limp its way up to like 1,000 views, and I'm like, oh, that's pretty bad.
Yeah.
So, like it's like, oh, that's the algorithm will punish you. So it's nice to be able to talk about something a little different.
Absolutely. Well. No, I appreciate you coming on, and that's it, man. I appreciate you coming on, talking comics. Again, there's links in the chat. If those interest you, if those sound like interesting comics, check them out. Read more comics, take in words, stop using AI. ChatGPT is literally rotting your brain. I am telling you, it is physically, this isn't just a joke, it is physically rotting your brain. You are getting masses in your head. Read books, read comic books, take in visual stimuli from actual sources, and don't destroy the environment. I
phrased it to someone about that as if your brain's a muscle, so you don't want muscle atrophy of the brain.
Yes.
Just put that out there. Don't use the crutch if you don't need it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, you got it there. Appreciate that, CaptBurgerson. Appreciate Daniel coming in. With that, I will let you go.
Thank you
so
have
much
a good
for
day,
having me,
man.
You got it.
I guess I should just hit hang up. All right. Bye.
All right. Awesome. Thank you. See, there we go. TTT. There we go. I think I'm in the right space now. Okay, cool. Thanks for that. So yeah, those are 2 awesome recommendations. Like I said, halfway there, and Long Halloween. Again, Magic by Mary Beth in the chat. is so on it, so on top of it. What would I do without her? What would I do without her? Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you, like I said, Daniel, for coming on and talking comics. If any of those sounded interesting to you, please go pick them up. Like I said, read. Please read. Watch movies, listen to music, read. You know, do some things, read. Stop asking ChatGPT to do your homework. Please, I beg you. I beg you. I saw something, a recent thing that was very distressing, and it was like some software that was like, you know, make hard books easy. And it was advertising some software that AI summarizes books. And the book that they were like using in as example was like Great Gatsby. Like they put the Great Gatsby under hard books. I'm like, that's grade 9 that's grade 9 literature. That's like you read the Great Gatsby when you're 14. And so to have AI go in and simplify books, I mean, what, like, we gotta fight for a better future. That's what I'm saying. AI just ain't it. It just ain't it, folks. So that is that. What we're going to do now is I'm going to play a trailer, and then we're actually going to talk to Magic by Marybeth, who has been amazing in the chat there. We're going to talk to her about her favorite book and her favorite comic and what's going on there. But first, I'm going to... lots of things.
Chinatown.
Way too many things.
Finally closing in on my suspect.
We are going to watch some trailers. Holy heckin' Dinah. So yeah, I'm going to throw on some trailers. This is for our, there I am. Jeez Louise. So sorry, folks. Again, small operation. We're going to watch some trailers for the Children of the Night Kickstarter, Volume 3 Brothers. If you're like, I've seen these trailers, well, watch them again. And while these are playing, we're going to get set up, and then we will be bringing Magic by Marybeth into the chat or into the call to talk some books. So thank you all. Check out some trailers while we're gone.
Chinatown. Finally closing in on my suspect.
I lied because it is... Like I said, this is a one-man show, people, so bear with me while I get that set up for you.
Follow private investigator John Black as he investigates the disappearance of missing children. His journey has brought him to Chinatown, a district where he is actively hunted. Children of the Night, a cyberpunk detective story. Get your hands on Brothers, the 3rd volume in the saga. More twists, more turns, more violence. John pulls no punches in his relentless pursuit of answers. The Kickstarter for Brothers is live. Reserve your copy today. Follow private investigator John Black as he investigates the disappearance of missing children. His journey has brought him to Chinatown, a district where he is actively hunted. Children of the Night, a cyberpunk detective story. Get your hands on Brothers, the 3rd volume in the saga. More twists, more turns, more violence. John pulls no punches in his relentless pursuit of answers. The Kickstarter for Brothers is live. Reserve your copy today. Follow private investigator John Black as he investigates the disappearance of missing children. His journey has brought him to Chinatown, a district where he is actively hunted. Children of the Night, a cyberpunk detective story. Get your hands on Brothers, the third volume in the saga. More twists, more turns, more violence. John pulls no punches in his relentless pursuit of answers. The Kickstarter for Brothers is live. Reserve your copy today. Follow private investigator John Black as he investigates the disappearance of missing children. His journey has brought him to Chinatown, a district where he is actively hunted. Children of the Night, a cyberpunk detective
Okay, I'm
story.
not muted, I checked.
Get your hands on
I'm not
Brothers,
muted, I'm here.
the third volume in the saga. More twists, more turns, more violence. John pulls no punches in his relentless pursuit of answers. The Kickstarter for Brothers is live.
Yeah.
Reserve your day. Follow Private John Black as he investigates the missing children. His journey has brought him to town, a district where he is actively hunted. Children of the Night, a cyberpunk detective story. Get your hands on Brothers, the third volume in the saga. More twists, more turns, more violence. John pulls no punches in his relentless pursuit of answers. The Kickstarter for Brothers is live. Reserve your copy today. Follow private investigator John Black as he investigates the disappearance of missing children. His journey has...
Okay. Hey, oh, my hat. Haha. Hey there, MB, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. Okay, that's great. I just want to make sure our connection is good. It looks and sounds like it is good. And you're still running. I first want to say thank you for running and operating the chat there. You are
No problem.
the best mod a person can ask for. Yeah, why don't you tell me a little bit, really briefly about yourself. What is Magic by Mary Beth, and why should people listen to your opinion?
Oh, well, I'm just an artist, small business owner. I make cute things, and I like cute art, so I don't know, if you like cute animals and cute art, maybe you'll like my book suggestion.
There you go. I think that sums it up. Also, we share the same favorite comic, something that I kind of mentioned briefly at the top of the show there, that I wasn't going to talk about my favorite comic until our guest, which is yourself. And also, we happen to be married, so that really helps. And I think it's kind of a wonderful thing because I had read this book a while back. I had bought it and read it, and I thought it was something so special and something so unique, and I wanted to share that with you. So it was actually months later that you ended up reading it, and I think it was very interesting. You know, well, I guess, you know, it's not that interesting. We're married, so obviously we have some of the same interests, but we also have some interests that are very different, actually. And but for you to kind of feel the same emotions I felt and to feel the same way about it, I thought was really, really special. So yeah, why don't you talk about, you know, what's the story, what's it about, and yeah.
Well, my favorite comic book is The Council of Frogs. Maybe see it.
Yeah, we can see it there.
It's written by Matt Emmons and also illustrated by him as well. It's completely an indie comic, and he published it himself at Second at Best Press. I'll drop a link when I can.
Thank you.
But yeah, it's a story about just this little frog going on an adventure of a lifetime to save his family and what he has to do that.
Absolutely, yeah. That's really is the sum of the Council of Frogs. What?
Without spoilers.
What's that?
I said without spoilers.
Yes, without the spoilers. Without the spoilers, and there is kind of like lots that happens along the way. Yeah. What did you think of it? Tell me about the emotions you got when you were reading it there.
Well, I really liked the book initially just because the artwork is so cute. Like the frogs are just, maybe you can see, like they're just really adorable and expressive, and it's just really sweet. So that's kind of what drew me in. And then like immediately right off the bat with the story, like you can see that there's a lot of love put into it. Like basically the frogs are a family and they really love each other and they're really happy and it's really sweet, and they have like a father-like figure taking care of them. And yeah, I don't know, I'm just really drawn to like nature and cute things, so that's what drew me in. And then the story, I don't know, it was just really touching and magical, and like I don't know, there's kind of like the concept of like protecting nature and like what are the humans doing and how they're harming the environment and how that affects the frogs. And I'm just really into that kind of thing. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fair. It is a very yeah, like you said, a very beautiful book. I purchased it myself. I was following Second at Best Press, or Matt Emmons, on Instagram, and he had been posting the work of the Council of Frogs. And I just thought it was like, okay, this is a cute book about frogs. Like, it's just a little frog on a journey. You know, this will be a cute read. This will be a fun little book, something, you know, something quick and fun. And it was so much more than that. It is I find it very like an odyssey. It's one of those grand odysseys, like a classic odyssey. Like Homer's Odyssey or Dante's Inferno. Somebody goes on a trip and a journey, and I really feel like this is up there. That should be kind of like cemented, like like Homer's Odyssey, Dante's Inferno, Council of Frogs. Like literally, in 100 years, I really believe that this should be cemented as a classic among those classics. And I don't say that lightly. It is, like you're saying, it is a beautiful magical book, full of an odd array of characters, a lot of inspiration from Dungeons and Dragons, but also obviously with like, it's not a Dungeons and Dragons book in any way, but just there, he's definitely pulled some inspiration through, the magic and this and that. But at the end of the day, I think this is, he says it right off the bat, right in the beginning of the book, but like a story for people who, his own father and anybody who's been a good. This is definitely a story of parents and love, a story of what does it mean to be a good parent, what does it mean to love people, I think, and have empathy. And I don't want to chat again. Feel free to interrupt me. This is you're here too. But I think it's genuinely one of the like I said, it's my personal favorite comic. If there was a knock on wood, I'm not even gonna bring it to life, but if something were to happen and I could only save one comic, this probably would be the comic. Like this would be it. So I think it's a beautiful book. Yeah. What how did you feel when you were reading it? How did that impact you when you were, you're not a big comic book reader in general, not saying you're against comics, but in general, you're not a huge comic reader. So this was probably like one of the first, like really like full kind of graphic novel that you could sit down and really take in. Tell me about that part.
Yeah. Well, I really related to the frog because they don't speak and I'm pretty shy normally.
Mm-hmm.
And I just really liked that so much could be said just through the frog's face, and like so much emotion could be portrayed. And yeah, I really liked that. And also just I like the fact that there's like monsters, but they're not really monsters, like they're kind of the good guys. And it really made me want to just read more. Like there's certain
Mm.
characters in the book that I really would like to see more about their world, and like I'd honestly like to see more about the frogs too, like just to see that they're okay.
Yeah.
um yeah, I don't know, I feel like it could be a whole world, and I really hope that Matt Emmons will make more, because I'll
That's
buy them.
beautiful. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's got a wide array. Sorry, I'm just putting up the website here so folks can see. Second at bestpress.com. Yeah, there is some very beautiful art here. I mean, look at these frogs carrying little little candles. I mean, these guys are. Oh, man, that's just Google. This is a beautiful, beautiful little story. I mean, this moment here, this is right near the beginning. We're not spoiling much, but it's just again, everything is. What's really interesting is the scale of things. Obviously, when your protagonist is a frog, you know, you kind of get caught up in that world, and for the first little bit, you're kind of in a swamp and everything. You kind of forget that you're a tiny little frog, and so this is a really great reminder of just how small, you know, you are as the reader. And then, you know, things kind of go on there. You know, there, like we said, there's a collection of characters that kind of show up, and you know, throughout the comic too, I kind of feel like there are times where you're like, is this person good? Is this person bad? Who's on? I think because you're so caught up in being a frog, where there's, you know, you're tiny and it's like the whole world is dangerous. So every time you stumble upon a character, even if they haven't outright done anything bad, you're part of being like a little frog. You're like, can we even trust this guy? Can we even trust this monkey of a man? So I think it's a really beautiful, really beautiful comic. I've said it many times now, but like I said, I think this really belongs on everyone's shelf there. I can't stress enough how incredible the story is. Yeah, that again, I'm just rambling at that point. Yeah, what you know, what type of people do you think should read this? You know, who out there should be getting their hands on Council of Frogs?
Honestly, I think everybody would like it. It's just really cute. There's something for everyone. I think if you are going to get it, definitely get the hardcover, because there's lots of like extras in the end, showing like his drawing process and like little thoughts about future stories and character design. So it's just really cool to see that kind of thing if you're into that. But yeah, no, I really think it's a story for everybody. There's not anything like too scary happening, so if you're a kid, you would probably like it too. And I did really like you were saying, with the perspective, you really do feel like you're a tiny frog when you're reading it, until you're like suddenly it's the human's perspective again, and you're like, oh yeah, I forgot, I was so small.
Yes, yeah, that is always fun, and it really does, like, even though it's like it goes back and forth, like in the sense of like, oh yeah, I forgot how small I was, and then you continue the journey and you're small, and you kind of forget that frame of reference, and you run into someone else, you're like, oh right, I keep forgetting I'm a small little frog. I'm
really tiny.
Yeah, I'm a tiny little frog, and they are little frogs. They're not like big bullfrogs. They are little pond frogs, right? So it's you know, I've spoken to Matt Emmons very briefly, only a few times. And it's clear that he has written this comic from a place from a very personal place, I should say, from a place that, you know, a place of love, but, you know, it it always makes me wonder, the knights writing these, you know, what it means to a person, and you read it and you're like, wow, this, especially with the forward at the beginning, the really quick forward of who it's for, and you immediately kind of get it. It's a book of magic. If you like Dungeons and Dragons, like I said, it's in no way, shape, or form a Dungeons and Dragon book, but there are definitely some you could tell that the writer had some inspiration, if that makes sense. But it's you know, magic and whimsy, and it's a council of frogs. At the end of the day, it is a council of frogs. It is really, really inexpensive. Look at that, $30 USD. This is in no way a sponsor, like I said. We're just here recommending cool reads for you. If you have some spare change in your pocket and you're wanting to support indie comics or buy a comic, this is for you. This is one of those ones that could do that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and like I think anybody who's ever like loved a creature would like it. Like it doesn't matter if you're an actual parent, like you can have pets, and if you've loved them, you'll get it.
Yes, I think that's a really great point. I think that's a very good point. We have some cats of our own, and yeah, if you're a pet parent in any sense of the word, you have a little critter. Heck, if I can't even imagine if you were somebody who had a pet frog in a little terrarium there, and what this what this would mean to you, because yeah, like you're saying, you know, he obviously wrote it with his own father, his parents in mind, and he himself. Wanting to present that. But I think, if you have love in your heart for a little critter, this means a lot to you. This will mean a lot to you. I can't stress it enough. I have put it up there in the land of, odysseys and journeys. What's really beautiful about this book is it is a quick read, because there are pages that don't have any text on them, and you just sit there and you look at the images as this frog walks along a journey, and it's really that. It's like, the frog isn't speaking, and so sometimes he's just wandering, and that alone is just like, because Matt is such an incredible artist. You don't get bored by that. There's not like, oh, I'm not reading anything, it's a picture book or whatever. Like, there's lots of words in it in general, but there are pages where there's none, but it's still such an interesting read. It's still such a fantastic journey. I agree with you. Is really, there's some books, like for instance, our last guest Daniel was talking about The Long Halloween. There would probably be some people that I'd say like, yeah, you know what, you probably wouldn't be that interested. You know what, Marybeth, like probably, MB, you'd probably not be that interested in The Long Halloween, just, because there's so many other books out there. But this is one where I'm thinking like, man, everyone would love this book. I do not know a person who does not like this book. I do not, young, old, give it to your kids, give it to the adults. There's nothing really, it's perfect for all ages. I'm not a parent, so who knows? Maybe you're like, no, but I think it's perfect for all ages, and I think it's a great story. So, that's my personal recommendation and your personal recommendation. We happen to be very aligned on it. So sorry, I kind of steamrolled a little bit of the conversation, but Council of Frogs is beautiful there.
Yeah, no, I'm really grateful that you actually showed it to me, and by the end we were both crying happy tears. So yeah, it's a really touching story.
It is a really touching story. Even like I was reading it the second time with you, and like there were moments while reading it that I was caught up. I was like, and it's like, even though I had read it once before, I was still so caught up in just the moment and the magic of it that it really it's really, really touching, and it's really beautiful, and I can't speak highly enough about it, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I don't know why, but my favorite thing about it is that the frogs all have little bells on their feet that go ting 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 whenever magic is nearby. And I still think about it all the time. Ting ting ting.
Ding 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 ding. Yes, I fully agree. that is done in such a good way too, where they have, like you said, little bells on their ankles that only ring if there's some magical being or magic happening nearby, close to them, kind of like an alarm system. And it's done such in a cute way at the beginning, and it's kind of a Chekhov's gun where you're introduced to something and it kind of shows up later, and it's done in such a way where it's so cinematic. It's like you can feel like and that's actually an interesting question of where if this were to be made into a movie, how would you want it? Would you want to see it made into a movie if it were, or if it, how would you see it? Because that moment for me near the end, or where the bells start ringing, without spoiling anything, it literally is like a cinema moment where you're like, it's happening, Would you ever want to see, do you think the Council of Frogs should be adapted into a movie? And if so, how?
If it were adapted into a movie, I would hope that they would keep the exact art style.
Yes.
I would hope that the frogs don't speak. I would want it to be like perfectly true to the comic, because it's perfect as is. Like, I wouldn't change anything about it. Yeah, I mean, I would love to see it as a movie, though.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Everything works so perfect together. Like, man, I would not want to. You would not want anything to be messed with, because everything is so there for, like, the frogs don't talk. Everything is there for a reason, and the art style it's so perfect for the book. So yeah, you'd want to keep it a nice animated 2D animation, cartoon, hand animated. I think would be a beautiful, if you were to ever see this in the future as a comic, or sorry, as a movie or anything like that, a short. I agree with you. Just a random question, but I mean that's really kind of the long and short of it. Did you happen to have any other honorable mentions, any other comics or books off the top of your head that you kind of are a fan of, or really leading with Council? If not, all good. I said off the top of your head. If there's nothing else there, don't want to put you on the spot.
No, it's okay. Like, I don't really read comics too much. I've definitely read, like, Scott Pilgrim, and like some occasional manga, but no, Council of Frogs is definitely the best one I've ever read, and it's really short. Like, you could do it in an evening for sure, in a sitting. It's really quick, and it's really touching, and it would make a great gift for anybody who, like I said, loves cute animals. So yeah, I think everybody should read it.
I agree. I fully agree. I think that really is the sum of it. I think, again, this is my personal favorite. I can't really, I mean, like I said, I kind of steamrolled this a little, but this is my personal favorite.
It's such a great book.
Yeah, absolutely. And, who knows, maybe by the end of this, it'll be more people's personal favorite. There it is in our collection. MB's got it there. Look at that. That's amazing. MB, thank you for coming on and talking our favorite comic. Before you run away, why don't you tell us about what you have going on, about yourself? I'm just trying to bring up your website here, but tell me about Magic by Mary Beth.
Yeah, for sure. I make art dolls and sculptures and custom pieces. I mostly focus on weird, unloved animals like bats and skunks, possums, that kind of thing. I do custom orders as well, and I hit up markets. The next market I'll be doing is in October. I think it's the first weekend of October in Vancouver, the All Hallows Eve market. I'm on Etsy, Magic by Mary Beth, and I'm also facilitating a fundraiser for my friend in Watermelon Land named Diab Alden, so I will link his fundraiser as well. They're going through a really tough time, so if you can throw them some spare change, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just showing off some of your oddities here. So if you want to check out Magic by Mary Beth, here are what
Thanks.
some of her cute creations look like, some of her oddities, the magic behind. MB here is the magic behind Magic by Mary Beth. And yes, there is a link in the description. The Alden family is a family we've been really helping and supporting. So after, if you have some spare change and you want to support a family who's in desperate need of help, we'll have the link in description there. It's really appreciated because every dollar helps, every cent helps. Obviously, as we know, there's lots going on in terrible ways overseas. So if we can help, then we can help. That's what I always say. So have some empathy for some human beings, and check out that link there. It will be in the description. Check out Magic by Mary Beth on Etsy if you want to get yourself a cute little critter. It is an ethical alternative to taxidermy. So if you've always been curious about bats or skunks or any other animal, but you are also very savvy and aware of the unethical taxidermy trade, obviously there is such thing as ethical taxidermy. I'm not saying there isn't, but you cannot mass produce ethical taxidermy. So if you want to support ethical faux taxidermy, Magic by Mary Beth is on Etsy, and you'll be able to support her there. Thank you so much, MB, for joining the show and talking the Council of Frogs. I think you are a really prime example of someone who isn't a DC head, isn't a Marvel head. If I hand you a Superman comic, we'll see if you read it. There's a lot of comic nerds out there who have girlfriends who, oh, cool, maybe I'll watch the movies with you, but I'm not going to, sit down and read 10 issues of Spider-Man with you. Well, sure, let's see the movies, but whatever. If you have a spouse or a girlfriend like that in your life, or a boyfriend like that in your life, or they, them, whomever, I think you are a great candidate to kind of to speak for those people, because you're kind of up that alley as well. And so if Council of Frogs is of interest to you, I think it'll be of interest to everyone. I don't know. That's the end.
Yeah. Oh, I did actually think of one other shout out I wanted to do. I totally forgot about this comic. Another one that's a really great read is Godzilla Monster Island Summer Camp by Rosie Knight. It's another really cute, fun book with lots of different representation for people in there, and it's just a fun read. So that's another one.
You know what? If you want to stay on the show for another minute or two, we can actually talk about that. This is Monster. I don't know if the camera is lagging or not, but if it is, because it's showing up as lagging on my screen, I am holding up Monster Hunter, or sorry, not Monster Hunter, good lord, Godzilla Monster Island. As you were saying, this is a really fun, cute little book. It is IDW, but it is a Godzilla story in its own right. It's kind of interesting. When you and I were first kind of going through this comic, there was some very early on kind of a thought of what's real and what's not in this, is that's kind of the question is this little mini Godzilla here, is this even real? And so that's already a fun little thing. But like you said, this is a book with a lot of diversity, and I really love it. You have folks who use canes, folks with prosthetic limbs, folks of all different genders and sexualities and everything, and it's a book to feel represented in and also go on a fun adventure. I mean, Godzilla Monster Island Summer Camp. Can you have a more fun idea than going to a summer camp and there's baby Godzilla? I mean, look at him. Look at him. It's baby Godzilla. And it's fun. There is some, when you go in, you especially when you first start reading it, you kind of go it's just a baby Godzilla fun kind of, but more monsters show up than you expect. And what starts as a fun little summer camp book comic turns into almost like let's burn down the system. You know, the system is wrong. Everything in the system is wrong, and who can save it? Godzilla. Yeah, this one is Rosie Knight and Oliver Ono. Yeah, really, really cute, fun art style. Very accessible read. Very fun little comic here. So yeah, this is another one I kind of had out because I wanted to recommend. So thank you for bringing it up. Godzilla, Monster Island, Summer Camp, Rosie Knight, Oliver Ono. This comic, I tell ya, it was fun. It was, I think, is fun is the best way to describe it. It was a really fun little story, and like we were talking about with Daniel about halfway there, that the comic that he recommended, the second one there, representation is so important, and whether or not it's real struggles, where, you know, someone's saying, hey, I'm moving from country A to country B, and I'm going through a real struggle here. Representation like that, or representation where it's, hey, you know what, I have a cane, I have a prosthetic arm, you know, I'm queer, but that doesn't matter, we can still all hang out with Godzilla. So even if it's not a real struggle, you know, having that representation matters, because people want to be included, and it takes no effort to, you know, draw a girl with one arm where it's a prosthetic arm. That takes nothing out of your story. It takes no additional effort, but all of a sudden you have someone with that type of disability who's seen and represented just with a simple little drawing, who sees themselves now in a comic, sees themselves on a big adventure. And I think that's really, really, like I said when Dan was talking about his story, I think it's really important to see in comics. The more representation, the better. I know that, you know, when you see it, it's a beautiful thing. And so to see writers throwing those stories together, I love it. I couldn't ask for a better little story here. If you want Godzilla, Monster Island, Summer Camp, this lives up to its name, which is great, because not all Godzilla properties do. So I'm glad this one did.
Yeah, and it's also fun because they go to summer camp expecting one thing, and they find out that it's actually a very physical, sporty summer camp, and none of them signed up for that. So that's kind of the initial struggle, and why it is important that certain characters have disabilities, because they did not sign up for a summer camp. Right. And I just think that's super relatable for a lot of people. So.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great metaphor for life. Like, you're a kid and you're like, life is fun, and then all of a sudden you have to do a job and have taxes and like a mortgage, or struggle to even get a like when real life starts hitting you and you're like, why is it like this? And then you're like, oh, because corporations aren't being destroyed by Godzilla. So I think that, you know, that's when, you know, executives aren't being stomped on by the Almighty One. That leads some credence there. But yeah, this is kind of like a metaphor for life in general, where it's like, some of these people did sign up for it. Some of these people were there for that reason and were like, yeah, I'm down. But a lot of them weren't. And some people came there for a specific reason, came to this summer camp only to find out that the whole reason they came there, like, it's gone. And the summer camp has reformed and kind of rebranded and become a new type of summer camp. And so they're like, well, we signed up last year when it was more of this thing. And I think that's a great metaphor for life in general, where it's like, you know, it's like, what did we sign up for this? And where's Godzilla? Because we need him here stat. Yeah. And so I think this is a beautiful little story. It's really fun, and I think more people should read this one. So IDW, Godzilla, Monster Island, Summer Camp there.
Hell yeah.
Cool. Hell yeah. Well, thank you again, MB. Thank you so much. You'll still be in the chat moderating, putting down links and helping us out there. Appreciate having you on. You have any last thing you want to throw out to the audience?
Just decolonize yourself. Capitalism sucks. talk to your representatives about what's happening around the world, because it shouldn't be happening.
It shouldn't.
That's it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Thank you, MB. Check out Council of Frogs. Check out Godzilla Monster Island Summer Camp. Check out Magic by Mary Beth on Etsy, and the crowdfunding we have in the comments as well for our friends, the Alden family there.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. You have yourself a wonderful afternoon. See you in the chat there.
Okay, bye.
All right. Where am I? Wrong. Uno. There we go. There I am. Goodness gracious, everyone. Thank you again for being here. Thank you for being part of this stream, being in the audience here. If you are in the audience here, again, we appreciate all the views, all the chats. Feel free to chat in, see what's going on. Again, this stream is to just recommend, it's twofold. We're here to recommend some comic books to you. We're here to chat comic books, and also kind of direct you to our current ongoing live stream. Today is the last day. It is Children of the Night, Volume 3, Brothers. It is the last day to get funding in. And if you pledge, I will give you something for free. Pledge through the link in the chat there. It's the very first comment there, and I will throw it in the description, but it's very easy to find. It's Children of the Night, Brothers. It's the third volume in the saga, and it is our current comic there. So it's really exciting. It's the last day. We want you to check it out. But again, we want you to read comics in general. So, quite frankly, if you look at my comic and you say, hey, you know what? I'm not really that into cyberpunk stories. Look, I'm not going to be that offended if you don't buy a cyberpunk story. But that's the whole point of this show today, panels on panels, is we want to give you a wide array of comics to go through and select what's interesting to you. You're saying, hey, I have limited money. I only have money for one comic. Check it out. Somebody here has recommended something you like, maybe not yet, but soon. We will have more people on to talk about the comics. So, well, bear with me one moment. We will throw on our trailer, and then we will go from, we'll bring on our next guest.
Follow Uptown, a district Chinatown with a sinister buzz.
Finally closing in on my suspect.
The streets are
I
crawling
just have to
with
find
vermin.
someone
Juxtaposed
who knows what kind
to
of hole a rat like
the
that would
rich
crawl
that live
into.
in their town.
Combo 6.
Come.
If I'm some favorable characters for hire, where should I be looking?
Well, there's his fair share of unfit, but you can never go looking at the red velvet. I'd be careful. Whoever you're looking for also be looking for you.
As much as I need a hot meal, I know when it's time to go. I can't believe how fast I've been targeted. This is already spiraled I would have expected. My cover's definitely been blown. Chinatown. Finally closing in on my suspect. I just have to find someone who knows what kind of hole a rat like that would crawl into. Combo 6.
Coming up.
If I'm looking to find some unfavorable characters for hire, where should I be looking?
Well, Chinatown has its fair share of unfavorables, but you can never go wrong looking at the red velvet. But I'd be careful. Whoever you're looking for may also be looking for you.
As much as I need a hot meal, I know when it's
All right. Okay, let's see. Christian, can you hear me?
Yo, yo, yo.
Okay, great. And yeah, just want to see. I'm pretty sure we can hear. We got Magic by Mary Beth in the chat, so if we cannot hear you, she'll let us know. But I think we are good. The reason the audio is a little different in this one is we're just using kind of two separate sources, a little behind the curtain, a little how the sausage is made. Christian, unfortunately, does not have a camera working, so we have this beautiful little icon. I don't know, Christian, if you're looking at the stream, if you can see yourself there.
It is pretty spot on, I must say.
Thank you. You know, I'm not much of an artist, but I'm known to doodle time to time. And so, okay, perfect. We have Christian joining us there. Okay, cool. Christian, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for joining. I know this was last minute. This was, by the way, for the audience, no, this was set up super last minute. It was kind of an idea. Northridge Studios, we wanted to kind of do one last push for the final day of the Kickstarter, and what a better way than to get a bunch of people talking about comics. And so everybody who's joining or joined already today did so on a very short notice, and so kind of threw it at them last minute. And so the fact that they're here at all, that they had time in their availability, cannot be understated, or they just have nothing going on ever. No, I'm just kidding. Christian, I really appreciate you coming on to the live stream here to talk your favorite comics and what you have going on. So before we talk your favorite comic, why don't you introduce yourself, kind of your level of what you mostly read, kind of the media you consume, just so that people who are looking for recommendations, they can go, okay, this is my guy, or this ain't my guy, or whatever might be the case, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, for sure. Like Nate said, my name's Christian. Currently self-employed, working with my wife, which gives me huge amounts of free time and downtime, during which I am an avid online reader of manga, manhwas, all the Japanese, Korean, Chinese comic books that are out there. And with them just easily accessible on the phone, I'm reading 10 to 30 plus updates, new chapters a day. And it's become my go-to when I have downtime. So I'm always constantly looking for new stories or the updates for the current ones I'm reading.
Wow, 10 to 30 a day, Jesus. So very busy. And now, excuse my illiteracy, excuse my, now you were talking about mangas and manhwas. For us uninitiated, is that just like manhwa's the Korean version, or what's the difference?
It's exactly that.
Okay.
It's just where it originates from.
Gotcha. Okay. Fair play. Cool. So yeah, I wanted to kind of bring you in, especially because to have that side, because mangas, are just as much a comics as any other comic. And if you were to look at monetarily wise, they probably do better. Like certain runs probably do extraordinarily well compared to, say, certain DC or Marvel runs. So it's but they might not be talked about as much in comic circles. I think a lot of times there might be a divide between, like, you got your manga fans and you got your comic book fans, and not like a divide against each other, but just kind of people naturally kind of group themselves in one or the other. But I really believe that they are one and the same. Maybe I'm off base here. Maybe everyone's like, they are one and the same. What are you talking about? You're just assuming. Who knows? Maybe I'm crazy. But I do feel like if you are an avid reader, if you're a reader of comics or reader of books, that these are, you can find a lot of cool stories. And now you're talking about there's webtoons, or not webtoons, but like web comics out there, right? That you can like read a lot of these on.
Yeah, exactly. That's where, especially the Korean manhwas, they're almost entirely set up as a webtoon style. And a big reason for this is a vast majority of them are actually getting based off of existing light novels that have been written. So there's already the groundwork for the story, and then they work with those authors, these Korean animators, or not animators, artists, I should say. And then they'll work with the original light novel author to make it into comic book form, manhwa form, and then they just draw it online and post it onto websites, and people go to their websites, Patreon style, donate to them monthly, and that's how they can get their going and be sustainable doing it.
Right. There's quite a few that, like, I know my wife, MB, we were just speaking to her a moment ago, but I know she was reading, I think it was, Don Don Don, which was, been big.
Oh, yeah.
What's it called? Turned into, what's that word? Turned into a show, but it's...
it's an anime now.
It's been turned into an anime now, but she adapted. That was the word I was looking for. Got stuck on that. It's been adapted into an anime, but she kind of went after the first season and she didn't want to wait and went and read all of it online. So I know it's pretty popular to do that. Like, I'm pretty sure, and I might be wrong, but Sweet Home, which was a live action Korean adaptation of one of these manhwas. And we watched Sweet Home together, and that was pretty interesting. But it is kind of funny when you see scenes and you're like, even if you didn't know there was an anime, you'd see a scene and you're like, this is definitely an anime. Like this man who grows like a giant spiky wing, and you're like, that's straight out of an anime. Like this is out of a comic or a manga or whatnot. So it is interesting how like that's because that's not really that popular like in Western media. Like you don't go to like CaptainAmerica.com and read the latest, scroll down the page and read the latest Captain America that way. But it seems very popular kind of in the manhwa space there.
Especially in Korea, that's where it definitely is, because Japan has had their anime comic books runs for 50, 60 years at this point.
Right.
Might be a bit long on that, but a long time. They've had Shonen Weekly, Jump, all those other guys too. That's the only one coming to mind. But so like they have a very established industry. So once you break in, you basically try to get your run as much eyes on it as popular. Make sure you're popular in the weekly ratings, and that's how you stay relevant in a lot of the Japan scene. And whereas Korea, it's a lot of self going. Really, you have to do a lot more work yourself.
Interesting. That's I guess because the footwork isn't there. If that makes sense.
Exit companies that publish things out multiple times a month.
Right. Absolutely. Well, that is kind of a lot of the backstory and who you are and but what are we talking about today? What comic, manga, manhwa? What are you wanting to bring to our audience today?
So one we're going to be talking about today is probably one of the most popular to come out of Korea in recent times, and that is Solo Leveling. Solo Leveling is an action adventure kind of show. I say show now because it is an anime with 2 seasons up on Crunchyroll. So
Oh
if you're
wow.
not a big reader, but what I talk about to you does sound interesting, it's available on Crunchyroll, the first 2 seasons now.
Nice. And how much does the
But yeah, so
how
solo
long is
leveling.
this series? And apologies, I know there's like a delay on our end, so we might accidentally talk over each other here and there.
All good, all
How
good.
how
Uh,
many? Because I know like mangas
so
have like
there's about
yeah.
200 chapters.
Okay, you're at 200,
So
and how
200
much does
chapters, and
the
each
this?
chapter.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
I was just saying, how much does the season cover of those 200 chapters, or the seasons, I should
Right.
say? If you were to start watching on Crunchyroll, how far into the solo leveling are you getting?
So season 2 brings you about a third of the way through the story, maybe a
Mm,
little bit further, but it's because it sets you up right before some major story arcs. That's kind of how this book progresses. Because it was based on a light novel, it was written very much in the style of a novel where you have a little incident and then it gets its resolution as you build your way up to the major events. So it has a very clear uh, story progression, which does set it apart from some other battle stories that you might see where the guy gets in with a really cool idea, but then once that's solved, he doesn't know where to go. Having
mm,
already a laid, established foundation, let this have a very clear cut and guided storyline for the manhwa and the anime. So it's a
right.
really neat to see adaptations of light novels because with a story already in place, they get to just absolutely focus in on the minute detail. And you really
Right.
see it in solo leveling. It is an absolutely gorgeous piece of work.
Yeah, I was looking through some of the art, and it is kind of hard to pull some high res just because the nature of like a web comic. But what is this? So it's an action adventure manga. It's very intense looking. The
Right.
art is it's like really intense. Like when I was scrolling through a lot of the pages, when I went to this, I actually went to the webtoon site, and when I or not webtoon the comic site, when I went there, it was like immediately you're kind of hit with a it's very quick and to bring you into the action. Maybe just at least where I started. I don't know if the page brings you to like whatever the newest or whatnot, but it looks incredible. Like it looks like if you're wanting something fast paced whatnot. Well, I should let you speak on it, but I know that I was really interested just trying to pull these images and go into the site. It really sparked an interest in me.
So the premise of the is basically that about 10 years before the story starts, Earth gets hit by what is called the gate incident. So randomly across the world, these gates opened up and people didn't know what they were. And all of a sudden, monsters started to come through the gate and just mess stuff up. They just started killing and destroying, and human weapons really weren't effective against them. So humanity was just getting pushed back and pushed back. And actually, at the start of the story, you find out basically all the eastern side of America was wiped out by the first gate incident, and they still haven't been able to reclaim that land 10 years later. But anyway, as I'm saying, human weapons aren't effective. So as they're getting pushed back, humans start awakening abilities, and these people are then called hunters. And hunters use these abilities to start fighting back monsters. Afterwards, they realize, hey, these hunters can go into gates and prevent them from breaking to bring monsters out. So that's the
Right.
concept of this world. Is now we're 10 years after this incident. Hunters have been established. There's a rating system from E rank, which is the absolute lowest. You barely have any skills. You're more or less a normal human than a superhuman like the other hunters,
Hmm.
all the way up to S rank and above, wherein these are people who could solo a country's military might kind of thing.
Right. They got the tier
Okay.
ranking system.
The tier ranking system, exactly. And then we
Yeah.
have that as well for the gates that they come up. So when a gate pops up, they can get the measurement of the energy rating off it and say it's an E rank gate all the way to, hey, it's an S rank gate. If this breaks, the whole world's going to get destroyed, kind of thing.
Wow.
And
Interesting.
yeah, so as the very story starts off, the main character, Jinwoo Sung, or Sung Jin Woo, if you pronounce it in the Korean style of last name first,
Mm.
um, is an E rank hunter and one of the lowest of the low. He can't even kill a goblin, like the weakest monster, without getting injured, kind of thing.
Gotcha.
But we see him, he always gets still hired because he's cheap. He'll work for nothing to just carry stuff for the people in their dungeons. Anyway, a little bit of spoilers, but it's literally episode 1 and 2 in the anime and your first 3 chapters in the story. But during one of their gate expeditions, they come across a rare occurrence, which is called a double gate. So a gate opening up inside of a gate.
Oof.
Uh, they go inside it, and it turns out that that inner gate was an S rank gate. So instantly, oh crap, stuff just hit the fan. 9/10 of the party they were with gets instantly killed, basically. We see them just get systematically killed. And right near the end, I'm trying to keep this as spoiler free as possible. Right before Jinwoo gets killed, he blacks out and he wakes up inside of the hospital, and he's healthy again. He's not beat to crap from the dungeon anymore. And he's like, what's going on? I don't remember anything. And then imagine like a user interface in a VR
Mm.
system. All of a sudden, he gets a message that pops up and it says, you've been selected for the tutorial. And he starts getting missions that help him level up faster. It's like, hey, do 50 push ups, 50 sit ups, and run 1 kilometer. He's like, this is stupid. I'm not going to do it. It's like, if you don't do it, you're going to get a penalty. He's like, I don't even understand what this is. So he ignores it and he gets freaking this punishment. He's like, okay, I can't ignore these anymore. And he starts taking it seriously. And slowly but surely, you see him get stronger and stronger and stronger. And then it falls into a bit of a stereotypical battle
Mm.
style comic book where you find out, hey, this is stronger than what you currently are. Oh, little fights in between as you level up. And then you get to that point and, oh, a good fight. And then, yay, you win. That's every
Gotcha.
single comic action or battle comic book you can read that is over 5 chapters, because you constantly need to get him stronger and face something stronger. So it's a bit of a gripe, but you know what you're getting into. But yeah,
Interesting. It's kind of
that keeps going, and yeah, things keep opening up. And
interesting. So
yeah,
solo leveling is him. He's going from E tier to S tier throughout this comic. He's leveling himself
exactly.
up.
And he always goes into dungeons by himself by a certain point. Um, a little bit into his training, he gets a class quest. So he's going to go do a quest. And at the end of that, he gets a class. And he
Mm.
goes into it already thinking, hey, I love speed. I love being stealthy. I'm going to go for like an assassin or a rogue or something like that. And he goes in and he absolutely crushes this test, does super good on it. It's like, congratulations, you get the special class. And he's like, sweet. What kind of dexterity class am I getting? And he gets necromancer. He
Mm.
gets a mage class. So then there's some stuff about why did he get that if he did super good. I don't want to give too many spoilers, but there's a specific reason he ends up getting that class. But you kind of had some pictures of it there where you
Yeah,
see him
yeah.
with all the like shadowy people. Those are his summons. So those are his
Gotcha.
necromantic army. Yeah.
Interesting.
And it's also why he can be solo, because he goes in, he's not solo. He has his
He
army with
summons
him.
his own army.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
interesting. It's it almost reminds me not so much the story, but just kind of like that grinding aspect of like he's grinding to be. It's like reminds me of like Monster Hunter, the video game, where it's like I gotta kill these little things. I'm gonna get better, and then I could get up to this bigger monster. So it's like these gates that are like this is an S tier gate, this is an E tier gate. It kind of reminds me of that. I feel like more than a movie, I feel like this would be very well adapted into a video game rather than a movie. Like I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but
Oh no,
I don't.
it would absolutely make great video game. Because yeah, like you said, oh, I'm low on my skills. Let me go hunt some E rank portals to level up these low stats before I jump into the next level tier. Yeah, no, 100%. And it very much follows that. You see him getting stronger by fighting these lower tier gates, getting the recognition so that he can move into those high ones too. Because even though he got this system, he's still not instantly Superman. He could still get the crap kicked out of him by a higher rank person at the start. Just because he went from
Right.
E to D doesn't mean he can instantly go doing those better things. So it is his slow progression as he goes through those tiers as well.
Interesting. That is very interesting. And so this is a comic that is it was started as a novel or a novella or of some sort. It was written already, and then some artists worked with the author and publisher to then start converting it into the manga that we see today. Is that the
Correct.
sum of it?
And yeah,
Okay, cool.
and then
did
it
you?
was later picked up by an animation studio and is now an anime. 2 seasons out and
Right.
easily
On
one of the
Crunchyroll.
most popular action ones going right now.
Really, so pretty. Now, did you start reading it because you caught a glimpse of the anime or heard about it from the anime, or were you reading it before they popped off on the anime?
I've read it before. I kind of chanced on it. I was looking just for some more action uh, mo- comics to read one day, and I found it. It had 30, maybe 40 chapters in it, and it was fantastic. I think when I found it, the light novel was not even finished yet. It was in its closing chapters.
I see, I see. And you found it like through
Just
online, right?
online
Yeah, yeah.
sites. Yeah.
And these of course are all like you did bring up the fact that a lot of them have like Patreons, but if you're wanting to read it, you can still crack into it for no cost, right?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
The hardest thing to do is to find a good site.
Right.
But there's definitely a dozen of them out there, or not, if not more, that are really good for this. Manga Dex just being one off the top of my head that I use all the time for a bunch of the different mangas I read.
Fair play. Looks like in the chat, Magic by Mary Beth dropped pocketcomics.com and then a link to read volume 1. So there you go, folks. I mean, this it's got sounds like a very fun story. Something that can kind of keep you on your toes here, but also nothing like too obscene where you're like, I can't follow this. Like, it sounds really great in that sense, and it is at no cost, which is awesome. At least the first volume, or at least a couple volumes here and there, if you find the right site. I think having, we live in a very specific day and age where, comics aren't always on the top of everyone's priority list when it comes to their personal funds. And although I know lots of people, want to read comics and wish they could read more, sometimes, things can be a bit tight. And so to have the accessibility, whether or not, whether or not it's one of these, big publishers like we talk about with Marvel or DC, or whether it's indie comics, or whether it's anime or manga or manhwa, whatever be the case, if there's accessibility, that's really important too. It's more important to read comics than to buy comics. Obviously, we want to support the artists and we want to support authors and support the creators. But maybe this is just me talking. Maybe other people might disagree, which is fair. But I always think accessibility is important, and to have the ability to just kind of, hey, I want to read, but I had to pay my gas bill this month instead of buying a comic book. This is a really great way of, like I was stressing before, stop using AI, support artists, support comic. And I'm sure the artists and authors of these type of comics would rather you sitting there reading their story via online means rather than consuming somebody who threw a ChatGPT prompt in there. And well, all I'm saying is support real people and read real things, because this looks really fun and really cool there. Bit of a tangent, but
And even if you have to go to one of the free sites, eyes on something is always good. The
yes,
more something
exactly.
gets seen, the more people are going to talk about it, and the more noise there is, the more people with money are going to approach the people.
Yeah. I couldn't say that better myself. Just read, people. We want you to read. We want you to absorb, and whether or not it's whatever type of comic it is, it's always worth reading. Now, Christian, you said you're reading like a bunch of these. You say you 30 chapters a week or whatnot. What puts solo leveling, if you're reading 30 different chapters or 10, downwards of 10, upwards of 30s, in there, what puts solo leveling, I'm sure you'd be able to pull like a list of your top 5 and they're all great, whatnot, but you come on the show. Why do you think solo leveling kind of stands above some of the others? Yeah.
So what it did really well, and why it's really a memorable one, is that it's maybe not the most original. Things like Gates had kind of existed before in different stories, but just taking different aspects from what people enjoyed and meshing them into a coherent story is why it's so good. Think of it like your favorite video game. Hey, I wanted a little bit of this from X and I want a little bit of this from Y, but then this game came out and it has those two systems I love. That's why I love it. That's exactly what this is. It's grabbing a little bit of the best from each of the genres that it really plays to, and does them excellently.
Fair. Yeah, very fair. It just delivers exactly what you're looking for in the in that space there.
And it is definitely action focused. So if you do need a bit of a headrest and you just want to feel good and just watch people fight, it is incredible for that. You can definitely just Netflix time sync in this. It does the same thing.
Very fair. Yeah. It, like I said, when I was pulling up the images, how quickly it kind of throws you in, and how intense the art is. Like, man, I'm really really impressed by how especially like the actual inside. Like the front cover is a great cover, but it's pretty classic anime kind of looking cover. But this, like the inside, this art is really really intense in a really wonderful way. Yeah, it's really cool. What are some other mangas that, if somebody likes solo leveling, or if somebody wants something different than solo leveling, you're the man to talk to on today's panel of guests. So what might be a couple other recommendations there?
Yeah. So I read everything beneath the sun. I'm a fan of action's definitely the main one, but sports, mystery, even I've been on a huge romance kick lately. So I'll drop a couple for each. If you want a good romance story, but you're not sure if you really want to commit to something like a popular one that's out there, Comey Can't Communicate, but that has 500 chapters. Maybe that's a bit daunting. Instead, one that's really good is Horimiya, which does have an anime as well for people who maybe want an easier access to it. But it's a really good coming of age story, and accepting people for who they are. Horimiya, so HORI, then Mia.
Oh yeah, MIYA. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it looks like a little, and that also has it also has an anime adaptation to it.
And they did it. You can get the complete story with season 1, and then what season 2 is the chapters that they skipped to complete the story in season 1. So if you read it and you went and watched the anime, you'd be like, hey, they missed some things. That's because that's in season 2. So
fair enough. I was just gonna throw this.
They do that way, and then
Yep.
But yeah, I just recently gave the anime a watch, though that one's on the top of my head right now, romance wise.
Okay.
And then I'll give a sports recommendation too while I'm at it. The one that's captured my attention lately, and it's because there is not a ton of them out there, but it's a golf manga, and this one's called King Golf. It is about a King Golf, and that's about a school delinquent who got into an argument with the golf club ace, and he's like, golf's not hard, watch. And then he just absolutely sucks, and he's like, what the heck, why can't I do this? And he gets so frustrated that he can't do it that he forces himself to learn golf, and then ends up getting really, really good at it.
Okay, it's a sports manga about golf there. I like that. I like that. King Golf. That is
Yeah.
cool. That is cool. I would link it, but every time I link something, everything starts slowing down. So, yes, the King Golf sounds like I was trying to throw it up on the screen there, but, you know, people have to use their imaginations or Google as well. So check out those
And
recommendations.
you know you have the right one because the main character has dreadlocks and his nickname's Predator.
Okay, God, that is what a name. Oh, it's interesting. Interesting. I guess Predator does have dreadlocks. Yeah. Okay, that's fair, man. That's really cool. That's very exciting. Kind of a wide array there. You have solo leveling, which is kind of your first and foremost recommendation. You have Horiyama. You're saying kind of a coming of age romance, a little more chill. Also has a anime adaptation, and then we have King Golf, which sounds like a fun little story about someone who is learning to be the most powerful golfer there is, which is ridiculous but hilarious. I assume it sounds hilarious.
That's a great way to put it. It's definitely a comedy. Comedy, but still set in realism. It's a good way to put it, because sometimes comedies get a little too silly. This one is set in realism, so it's nice.
That's nice. That's sick, man. I think it, like I said, I think it's good to get these recommendations. I'm not a huge manga or manhwa reader, but not because I'm like against it. I've read a few in my day. I just, I think accessibility and knowing which ones are the ones that I might want to read, and which ones are worth diving into. And so I'm always, I'm super open to that, to reading whatever. So it's good getting these recommendations. Honestly, of the three, personally, funny enough, what speaks to me the most is King Golf. I mean, solo leveling looks sick. As I said, I am interested checking out the art and the action. It looks really intense and really fun, but something about an anime focus or manga focused on golf, the King Golf, that actually sounds like something I might check out shortly. So,
see, perfect. Yeah. That's what this is for, man.
Yeah, exactly. Did you have any other thoughts on soul leveling or any other mangas? Anything else you want to add to kind of the conversation here? Any thoughts that you had there?
Not too much. Just something we've hit on a few times, and just gonna bring it up one more time is the ease of access. If you can find a good website, get it on your phone. Basically, that's what I did, and those hours that you waste doom scrolling, I've just switched that over to reading animes and mangas, manhwas, all that stuff. So instead of wasting time scrolling on Instagram, I'm getting to read now. So that's been the big change, and that's why I get through so many now.
There you go. Yeah, it's that is huge. If you're able to just pop it onto your phone or your laptop, you don't have to go out and pick it up or order it or whatever. Yeah, like you said, accessibility is huge. If you are really open to hey, I'm open to whatever, and I'm just I don't have an immediate way of getting something, but I want to read something. I think these recommendations, I think you just covered actually 3 really good bases. I think you got solo leveling for your action adventure, high intensity, almost like a video game. You have your Horiyama, coming of age, romance, something a little soft that, might be, give you the warm and fuzzies. And then you also have King Golf, which sounds ridiculous and fun. And I mean, an anime about, going Super Saiyan on golf. I'm obviously joking and exaggerating on that, but it sounds fun. So I think these are some really good recommendations. I highly recommend, like you said, accessibility is key. So if you can read, and if you can't read well, then why are you listening to this podcast? No, read as much as you can. That's really that's the short sum of it. Christian, what do you have going on? Is there anything you want to promote while you're here? Obviously, you usually, I don't know where I was going with that sentence. How would you like to promote, and what do you got going on?
If anyone is looking for some home supplies or some new accessories, check out my wife's store, Bailey J Art. And otherwise, not much, dude. I'm just jumping back into Baldur's Gate as soon as this call's done.
How dare you? No, that sounds great. Baldur's Gate. That's classic. That is I know you're talking about you're jumping on after all the updates, so you're getting a full experience now.
Yep. Yeah, and modded it to a higher level so I can tinker around with more of the new stuff.
Beautiful. Well, Christian, I appreciate the time. Thank you so much. Again, thank you for coming in last minute there. Really appreciate you sharing these. I think this gives a perspective that none of my other guests will be bringing on. So this was really cool to check this out and check out these recommendations. I know I will personally be checking out some of them myself. So hope you do too. And that was the audience, not you, Christian, because I know you already did. Cool, man. Well, you have yourself a great day. Have fun playing Baldur's Gate, and thanks for joining the call.
Yeah, anytime, man.
All right, chat soon.
Peace.
Okay. That's wonderful. Thank you, Christian, for jumping on, talking about mangas and manhwas. Thank you, Mary Beth. MB's in the chat, dropping links. So on top of it, what would I do without her? Not be running as successful as a show. That's what. So thank you, MB. Thank you, Christian. Like I said, we are really tossing this together last minute here. Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a real quick break. Let's say 5 or so minutes. I'm going to play some trailers on repeat. So if that is of bother to you, I'm sorry, but it shouldn't be. Anyways, I will be playing some trailers. This is the problem with me being live, is that my sentences teeter off into nowhere. So, yeah, thank you all so much for joining so far. We've got a couple more cool guests on their way coming, but we're going to take a real quick break here, watch some trailers, and we will get back to you soon. Thank you. Let's do this.
Chinatown. Finally closing in on my suspect. I just have to find someone who knows what kind of hole a rat like that would crawl into. Combo 6.
Coming up.
If I'm looking to find some unfavorable characters for hire, where should I be looking?
Well, Chinatown has its fair share of unfavorables, but you can never go wrong looking at the red velvet. But I'd be careful. Whoever you're looking for may also be looking for you.
As much as I need a hot meal, I know when it's time to go. I can't believe how fast I've been targeted. This has already spiraled faster than I would have expected. My cover's definitely been blown. Chinatown. Finally closing in on my suspect. I just have to find someone who knows what kind of hole a rat like that would crawl into. Combo 6.
Coming up.
If I'm looking to find some unfavorable characters for hire, where should I be looking?
Well, Chinatown has its fair share of unfavorables, but you can never go wrong looking at the red velvet. But I'd be careful. Whoever you're looking for may also be looking for you.
As much as I need a hot meal, I know when it's time to go. I can't believe how fast I've been targeted. This has already spiraled faster than I would have expected. My cover's definitely been blown. Uptown, a district with a sinister buzz. The streets are crawling with vermin, juxtaposed to the rich that live in their towers looking down on them. Where does a man like me lie between these two extremes? On which side do the scales tip? Uptown, a district with a sinister buzz. The streets are crawling with vermin, juxtaposed to the rich that live in their towers looking down on them. Where does a man like me lie between these two extremes? On which side do the scales tip? Uptown, a district with a sinister buzz. The streets are crawling with vermin, juxtaposed to the rich that live in their towers looking down on them. Where does a man like me lie between these two extremes? On which side do the scales tip?
Follow private investigator John Black as he investigates the disappearance of missing children. His journey has brought him to Chinatown, a district where he is actively hunted. Children of the Night, a cyberpunk detective story. Get your hands on Brothers, the third volume in the saga. More twists, more turns, more violence. John pulls no punches in his relentless pursuit of answers. The Kickstarter for Brothers is live. Reserve your copy today. Follow private investigator John Black as he investigates the disappearance of missing children. His journey has brought him to Chinatown, a district where he is actively hunted. Children of the Night, a cyberpunk detective story. Get your hands on Brothers, the third volume in the saga. More
Chinatown. Finally closing in on my suspect. I just have to find someone who knows what kind of hole a rat like that would crawl into. Combo 6.
Coming up.
If I'm looking to find some unfavorable characters for hire, where should I be looking?
Well, Chinatown has its fair share of unfavorables, but you can never go wrong looking at the red velvet. But I'd be careful. Whoever you're looking for may also be looking for you.
As much as I need a hot meal, I know when it's time to go. I can't believe how fast I've been targeted. This has already spiraled faster than I would have expected. My cover's definitely been blown.
What is going on? IS Fergus is back with Pop Comic Talk. That's right, this is panels on panels where we talk about comics. Thank you everyone for waiting and holding there. Watching some trailers. Please go to the Kickstarter Children of the Night under the Northridge Studios Kickstarter. There is a link in the description or in the chat. I apologize. I'm actually going to pin it because I have that magical power to pin things. Pin message. So look for the pin message in the chat. Magic by Mary Beth, our moderator, has been wonderful at posting links. There's links to everything we've chatted about. If you are just tuning in now and you're like, what's been chatted about? I have to go back. You can either stay live, or you can go back if you want to watch from the beginning, or you can stay live and just kind of go through the chat. You can see links to basically everything that we've talked about and everything that we've chatted about. Yeah, I'm just saying the same thing twice, really. I've got my government issued plutonium here, so I am good to. I'm good to go. We do have some other guests coming in soon to talk about their favorite comics, who they are, and the thing that we've been doing for the past couple hours. So that's great. Again, thank you for joining us. If you're saying, hey, what is this stream about? This is just, for you to come on here, find someone that you might relate to, one of the, guests on the panel here that, their recommendation might speak to you, and you go in and read it. If you have a couple extra bucks to buy a comic and you want to buy a comic, what comic do you want to buy? Well, listen to this episode here of Panels on Panels, and maybe someone recommends something that you enjoy. I've already recommended Alex, beautiful comic. Godzilla, Monster Island, Summer Camp, another great one. Ghost Arm, Made of Angry Ghosts, another one, really wonderful. Put that here. What else we got? Demon City, Volume 1, Mueller, Perugini. I apologize. I can't even speak. Trevor Mueller is the writer. The artist is Marco Perugini. I apologize, Marco. Please do not send anything to my house for that. Just kidding. Shannon Benyon. That's the problem with live. I would have cut that joke. I would have cut it. Letters. Micah Myers. So this is Demon City is like John Constantine meets Hellboy meets heck even bits of I don't want to say Invincible, but this is a really fun book. Truthfully, I haven't gotten all the way through it. I have a long list of indie comics to get through, but the art in this is so magnificent. I mean, you're talking about really beautiful colors. This page doesn't really do it justice, but a lot of beautiful colors, really beautiful lines. It's really action-packed. I'm actually surprised by how big and wonderful quality this is. When I backed this on Kickstarter, its price was very affordable. I was expecting for its price a smaller comic, something a little less dense, but in a good way. In a good way that this is basically they have given me a jumbo-sized comic for a regular-sized price. That's all I'm trying to say. Is that this was when I got it in my hands, I was like, whoa, this is decently sized. So. Yeah, I'm excited to finish reading this. Like I said, Hellboy meets Constantine meets Law and Order. You know what I mean? Like it's a really interesting little book. Demon City. Support indie comics, people. Support indie comics. That's all I gotta say on that. We do have a bunch of others. David Molon Face. We are waiting for that gentleman there. Bear with me. Yes. Bear with me, folks. We are trying to make sure everybody is on the same page and everyone is in the same lobby. I may have sent. Alrighty. You know what? You guys don't need to watch me type. You guys don't need to watch that. So, there.
Follow private investigator John Black as he investigates the disappearance of missing children. His journey has brought him to Chinatown, a district where he is actively hunted. Children of the Night, a cyberpunk detective story. Get your hands on Brothers, the third volume in the saga. More twists, more turns, more violence. John pulls no punches in his relentless pursuit of answers. The Kickstarter for Brothers is live. Reserve your copy today.
All right. Well, Well, we are still figuring a couple things out with our next guest, but that's okay. That's okay. You know, that's life. This is live streaming. We're in the future. Think about that. Try explaining this to someone 50 years ago and then being like, sorry, you have to wait an extra 30 seconds because we're figuring it out. They'd be like, this is the freaking future. This is it. Government-grade plutonium. All right. Well, that's cool. While we wait for our next guest, I wanted to pull out one of my long boxes here to talk about, because I'm a big proponent on, we've talked, a lot of comics. I'm a big proponent on supporting indie comics. And so I'm all about supporting indie creators, indie comics, where I can. So, let's talk about, real quickly, I'm hitting things. Crimson Fall. Derek Loffman. Derek Loffman is another artist that I had been following on Instagram for some time, and he had released a book, Crimson Fall, The Short Tower. He is the writer and artist, so he is really the brains behind this operation, Crimson Fall. This is a fun fantasy book, really a really fun book. It's about a monster hunter and his scribe, and they are they're there to kill some kind of it's like a fabled monster, and the island that they go to holds a lot of secrets for them. So this is again really beautiful work. Again, some obvious inspirations from Dungeons and Dragons, but no, it's not a Dungeons and Dragons book. Again, inspiration does not mean like a copy or saying this is in the Dungeons and Dragons world. This is a high fantasy comic, and it is beautiful. It's a lot of fun. It's a really, really easy read, and it makes you want to read more. So I know I'm going to keep following Derek Loffman's work. So if you can get your hands on it, Crimson Fall by Derek Loffman, The Short Tower, please check it out. Support indie comics. My long box here, full of indie comics, so I will be pulling quite a few out. So if you're an indie comic creator as well and you happen to be stumbling upon this stream, let me know. Let's talk about your work and just chat in. Okay, cool. Now, it looks like we have our guest. I haven't let him in, but, he ran away. I see his chair. Now, our next guest is a friend of mine, but he is also a father of a young child. So I'm giving this warning for him, for you guys. If at any point he's like, duh, I have to go, that's life. And that's what having a kid is. And that's what having a baby is. So if that happens, you know what? We do it, but it might not. I haven't brought him in, but hey, Mr. David, can you hear me? Yes, thumbs up. No, thumbs down. Well, why would you say no if you couldn't hear? Why would you thumbs down if you can't hear me? We are going to quickly pull him in. Just, let's see. Oh, my. Okay. David, can you hear me? Let's see. Hey, David. How's it going? Can you hear me
Hello.
okay?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me okay?
Great. I can hear you just fine, sir. How are you doing today? I told everyone, or the audience, as a frame of reference, you are a father to a young child. So if at any point, for whatever reason, you need to suddenly disappear, that's life, baby. That's life. But hopefully we have you for the long run here. I'm happy to have you, buddy, and I really want to thank you again. I've said this many times. The audience is sick of me hearing about it, but I'm a polite guy. I like to say thank you. So I know this was really short notice, and you had to move a couple things around. So I appreciate you jumping in. I'm really curious. You and I, we talk a lot of nerdy stuff. Anytime I go to your house, we'll play a lot of Smash Brothers. That's really our. So I'm curious your. Because everyone did a great job at kind of talking to me beforehand, at being like, here's my comic book, let's make sure you're prepared. You, of course, you said, Nate, IS, we're not, I'm not going to tell you what I'm doing. I'm going to make sure you're going to go in with no preparation. You'll have no pictures for the slideshow. If people want to see graphics of the comic I'm going to talk about, too bad. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You had a bit of a trouble, not trouble per se, but where am I going with the sentence? It took you a hot minute to figure out what comic you want to talk about.
Yeah. So, and as we talked about earlier, I went through about like 3, I think, or 4 comics, just trying to kind of grab some. Interesting enough, I did message you and say one of them was not going to be Marvel, or they weren't going to be Marvel, but actually I looked through like my collection of comics that I have left from my childhood, and I'm a lying sack of shit. So there's that. Definitely was lying about that.
That's
so
okay,
hey,
they it's totally fine whether it's Marvel, not Marvel, DC, not DC. At the end of the day, there's been a lot of schlag coming out of those publishers, obviously, when you have thousands and thousands of books, but there's also been a lot of really cool comics. I actually have some things I want to talk about as well. But there are some really cool comics coming out of Marvel and DC. Now, before we talk about your comic, who are you, and even briefly, just kind of like the things you're into, the type of person you are, just so that an audience member can judge whether or not their recommendation might be the recommendation for them or not.
Well, my name's David, and I am a 37-year-old man. Basically I am into a bunch of different things, actually. Oddly enough, I really do like medieval things. I like Gundams, as you can see behind me. I have a model kit on my table. I like fighting games. I'm more into video games than anything, so I love a big, huge array of it, and I think that's probably what influenced a lot of my comic choices. Or things like that, or in reference to that. So, or, what superheroes I liked growing up. So, kind of a bit of a background for me. But yeah, big into video games. I guess that's the big thing for me. And I have a cat named Louie, and a wife and a daughter. So,
yeah, fair play. What's your game of choice? Let's say we pull out the system. What system are we pulling out? What are we playing?
If it's like just single player and I'm playing like by myself, I would probably end up playing, like, if I'm playing my favorite game, Chrono Trigger. That's my favorite by far for Super Nintendo. So I think that's probably my top game. But if I'm also gonna say something modern, I would say Dark Souls or the Dark Souls series or Elden Ring, anything within the Souls series. So yeah. But yeah, if it's co-op, it's always Smash Brothers, basically, or any kind of platform fighting or Mario Kart. Those are good party games.
Nice, cool, fair enough. Okay, well, that's a bit of a summary of our friend David here. What let's talk. What comic are you surprising me with today?
Okay, so the first one, I think the one I have like the most collection with, but I'm just bringing out this one, is the Sonic. Interestingly enough, the
No,
Sonic
that's-
first comic.
That what's let me pull some things up just so that I can throw it on screen. Sonic, what is it's comic?
I can show you.
Yeah,
It's basically like this is like the it's Archie, you know, like the Archie
Yep,
series or whatever.
yep.
They also have like
Sonic
their
meets
off worlds
Archie?
and this. Well, no, it's just Sonic, basically his own world, but it's done
Okay.
by like the people who do the Archie or the publisher, I guess you should. would
Okay,
say, right?
okay, it's the publisher, but behind like Archie and all that.
Yeah, just really bad art, obviously, but it was
It's
given to me from a friend, and both of us were into, I guess, like the Sonic comics. This isn't per se like my favorite, but it's the one I would show because all the rest of them are just kind of random ones I bought when I was growing up, like 10, 11, or 12 kind of age
what's
range.
the year
So
on
yeah,
that?
that one is like originally, God, let's see. 1997 on this
1997. One. Okay, so
Yeah.
that's cool. That is a really fun little recommendation. Something really. I'm just trying to pull up. Let me just pull up on my screen here.
If I were to recommend anything from the Archie one, obviously it would be like not Sonic, but Mega Man, because like they have like a whole Mega Man 2, Mega Man X, which is actually pretty good, and I have a bunch of those. And then I found out like how crazy the comic collecting world can be, so I kind of stayed away from that because it is multiple covers and multiple alternate versions of like things, and I was like, okay, this is going down a rabbit hole, and I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. So yeah, that's my off choice, is that Sonic comic. It's just like Sonic comics, they were kind of cool growing up. They were weird. I have like one that's a Sabrina the Teenage Witch crossover. So like I'm not really recommending them like they're the best comic like for your audience or anyone in the audience, but it is something that kind of got me into a lot of what I was reading later on or just reading more of. So yeah.
No, that's really cool. That's such an interesting recommendation. These like kind of like old school like tie-ins where they were making I mean, they were always doing this kind of stuff, like you're saying, like Sonic, and I think they had I might be wrong on this, but I think they had like a Super Mario Brothers comic, and you're saying like a
they did, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm actually like 99% certain there was a Super Mario Brothers comic around this time, and a Mega Man comic. I think this is a really fun little read. And if, like you're saying, if not for anything, like the collectability version, collectability of it, the nostalgia-ness of it. Okay, I actually have to be careful because I don't know what is like actual Sonic comic and what is like Chris Chan Sonic lore that I might stumble upon. So I got to be careful with the with Google here.
So this is before but I'm just before any Sonic got weird. Let's just say that.
No, totally. I'm just saying, going through Google, I have to be careful of what's official and what isn't official. You know what I mean? Just scrolling Google images is a dangerous roulette game. Yeah, exactly.
There's a lot of original like early 2000s deviant art that was probably not good, and I was not a fan of Sonic at that point in time. But yeah, that is early times.
And so
I just like the diversity of the characters and everything back in the day when I was growing up. And my buddy, my close friend Miles, was also into them, and I think that's kind of like being able to share the stories or like trade the comics or whatever, or be like, hey, I got this one at 7-Eleven. When 7-Eleven sold magazines and everything, it was pretty sweet. So
hell yeah, that's I like that. I like the little. I think it's just like those underrated, overlooked gems of like a Sonic collectible or a Mega Man magazine or whatnot. Those little gems are just as fun, and especially like, especially in the 90s, like when that was jamming. And you said you got that comic as a kid, or?
Actually, this one was my friend Miles had gotten it and gifted it to me. I can't remember why he had gifted it to me, but he had gifted that to me. and I just have had it over the years as I thought it was like kind of cool. It's a collection of the first comics, so it's actually not worth anything. It's not like the original first comics, so I wouldn't say it's worth anything, but it's just a cool thing that obviously has some sentimental value attached to it as well. So
yeah, I would definitely say it's more for the novelty of it than the actual like collectability of it. Like obviously you're gonna get, you know, collectible, like, you know, people selling this online, but silly little child here. But I think just the novelty of having Sonic comics, having, like you're saying, Mega Man comics, having these Super Mario Brothers comics, I think is really, I think it's a novel thing. I also think it's a really cool thing because, like I said, there's hidden gems everywhere, and you know, who knows what you find, and especially the Sonic lore. Like I know that gets so deep, and in the '90s it might not have been as deep as it is now, where it's like, you know, they didn't have Shadow the Hedgehog back then, or all these like Shadow's girlfriend died and was killed by the blah blah blah, and whatever might be the case.
They did. They had actually, like they had some cool things that were I don't know if they were canon because it's like written by like I said, the comic book and Archie. But yeah, it was interesting back in the day, and like I said, it's not my favorite comic. It's just like the one I wanted to mention first above everything, because I think it was partially responsible for me to actually start like buying actual comic books and everything, because I started getting into those ones originally. So
yeah, fair play, man, fair play. And what you said you might have a couple suggestions. So outside of the Sonic the Hedgehog, which again I actually really like as a recommendation. That's something a little fun and cool there.
Yeah, and then so the next recommendation I actually have. So if I was going to like officially recommend something, this one would be the one that came to mind and was coming to mind as a kid and everything. It was published back in I think 1997. And it is World War III. Basically, it's a crossover between Marvel's Counter-Earth heroes and Wildstorm heroes or characters.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. That's
yeah. So it's
a quick reflect for a
Captain
second.
America.
I thought, is that Optimus Prime at the front? No, that's Captain America. Okay, that makes way more sense.
No, yeah, it's Captain America. So I was really into Captain America for some reason as a kid. Not for some reason. I just thought it was a cool character because he had a shield, and I guess that tied into some medieval things or so. I have no idea why, but it's just that's where my brain went when I was a kid. That one I think is Ron Lim, so it's not like a big artist or anything, not like a super notable artist in that regard. And I think the writer was like James Robertson.
Okay, yeah.
So,
sorry, World War III, you said?
Yeah, World War III. Captain America, World War III. Yeah. Part 4, War Without End is what it's called.
Okay. And what, is this a new one? No. World Without End. Tell us the story. We got Captain America here, which is very America coded, obviously.
Yeah.
What's the story, and why would you have not millions, but you have thousands of Captain Americas, comics, you have tons of stories, why this Marvel story? Let's say someone's saying, I don't have time to read all of Marvel. I don't have time to read all of Captain America. I want one story, and you're saying this story. Why this story?
Whoa, okay. Well, that's
That's a loaded question.
That's a little
very loaded.
First off, I did not say it was you read this story or there's any story, but this story was cool to me as a kid, and when I was like 10 years old. Obviously, like that was the biggest thing. It's I guess like the big thing is it's like Captain America's leading a charge alongside like the remaining superheroes in the world, and it's like with the U.S. military. Yeah. I'm not like obviously like a big military buff guy or anything, but it's like a climatic this like specific episode or specific like part 4 is a climatic battle. I had to reread this today and basically take like quick jotted notes, but it's like a climatic battle merged in like set in a merged universe where Doctor Doom has risen to power to help with help from alien races. And they're called like the Dynamo or Daemon. It's spelled Daemon ITES. And
Gotcha.
Skrulls. I could not stop pronounce that. Yeah, I was gonna try to pronounce it. I was gonna butcher it, so I just never mind. No. The heroes basically like try to like launch a final assault. And while Mr. Like Fantastic is also there, there's a bunch of like heroes in here, which is like crazy because when I was reading it, I didn't know those guys or know the heroes or superheroes growing up. But reading it now, I was like, oh, like I'm playing like Marvel Rivals and a bunch of those games coming out. Like I kind of recognized a bunch of heroes. But yeah, like basically Mr. Fantastic is attempting to destroy like the interdimensional lock in this something called the negative zone. But yeah, it's a cool one. Like there's really, I don't know if I'm supposed to say spoilers or not, but like, yeah, there's a bunch of brutal battles that like kind of go on. Like a bunch of people die because it's like this alternate universe kind of interesting, like 4-part series. Right. So like there's a bunch of cool heroes that die. Like Namor is in there. Like you have Human Torch. You have a bunch of like people that are actually in the story. Hulk, of course. There's like, yeah, there's a bunch of cool people. Deathblow. The list goes on. And like when I was reading, I was like, oh, I didn't realize that person is there. And like, like a lot of obviously death and everything in that. So it was really cool growing up. And I was like, that is a super, super interesting comic, like out of anything, right?
So let me, if I can quickly kind of summarize or at least see if I'm catching the vibe you're throwing down. He's leaving. He hates me. Just kidding.
No, I can hear you.
So it sounds like that this is a Captain America story. At least it started sometime a little bit before the MCU, so it's not kind of like burdened by needing to appease movie fans and comic fans, where I feel like sometimes that's where Marvel Comics is right now, is like they try to find a balance of like, well, we want the moviegoers to enjoy this comic, but we also, so it's kind of unburdened by that, and it has it's a very self-contained story that is violent and aggressive, meanwhile carrying the heart of Captain America with it. And you get crossovers that aren't ham-fisted, one might say, that actually makes sense in the world of the story, where if a character like, say, the Human Torch, comes, it makes sense in the story-wise, and not just because Marvel as a publisher wants to have some kind of tie-in because, oh, the movie's out recently and we want people to be interested and blah, blah, blah. It doesn't really have that. It's so contained and has these cameos that, or not even cameos, but crossovers that make sense in the world of superheroes. And you as an audience reading it, you don't have to be burdened by reading previous issues if you just go in knowing, look, I know Captain America is a superhero. I know the Marvel Universe has Spider-Man, blah, 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 has these people. So maybe I'll see them. Maybe I won't. It's a big world. Who knows? And the story unfolds very naturally in that sense.
Absolutely, yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, it's no, like it's like such an interesting one, like with the crossovers, because there were so many. But unfortunately, as a kid, I only had part 4, so I'm actually very curious. I'll probably read through part 1 to 4 and just see how the actual story unfolds and how all the events unfold.
I hold up to this day, kind of thing.
Yeah. Like I read through it, and it was like it was a good comic. It wasn't like the craziest thing or anything. But yeah, that's why I brought multiple ones and different recommendations. Like I have a series of like weird ones. I just like of ones that were like weird crossovers, like the Ricochet.
Cool. Slingers. That's not the show Slingers, is it? Or wait, I was thinking Sliders. Is it Sliders? Shoot, Jerry O'Connor. Yeah. What am I thinking of?
And then like here I have this is another really weird one. It's like a mix of Wolverine with a 90s Batman animated Batman.
Oh yes, they did the Dark Claw. Yeah, that's sick. I actually wanted to read that one because I know that in the whenever that was really was that early 2000s or 90s when DC and Marvel did the amalgamation comics. So there's a bunch of heroes that have been kind of merged together, and of course the most popular one being Darkclaw, which is Batman and Wolverine combined. But they did a few, didn't they? There's like a handful of superheroes that have been combined. I think one of them was like Superman and Captain America, if I'm not mistaken. The amalgamation series was, and we need more of that. Like less, more. Let's just work together, people. Marvel, DC, like let's work together. Not saying we need more amalgamation, but just I really like the idea of companies not like, because at the end of the day, like, yeah, you have these like huge execs behind Marvel and DC, but you also like, who is really behind these comics? It's these creative forces, the authors, the artists, the writers, the creators. Those are really the creative forces. And to be like, no, you're here in Marvel and you're there in DC and you're blah, blah, blah. It's really limiting the creative ability, and not limiting by a lot, because obviously these worlds are huge and expansive. And in DC, you got, Superman and Batman and Green Lantern and Green Arrow and and a huge list. And Marvel, you got, Spider-Man and Captain America, and you have a huge list. But imagine more crossover events and unburdened by the execs holding it, I think is a beautiful, beautiful thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's something that's really needed. Obviously, in the industry and in like the comic world, it's something cool where it's like less them against us kind of thing. So it'd be cool to see though, like you said, like more crossovers and things that are just like not so separated, right? So if you like Marvel, if you like DC, they're both obviously good for their own ways and their own superheroes, and you can have your preference, obviously. So, but it'd be cool to have more of a, like you said, more of like the Darkclaw like era kind of things happening, because it was weird and fun.
Yes, like even if they're one-off stories, but like it is always fun seeing like who's like even if they're not merged together as single, like we don't need a Darkclaw again in the sense of Batman as one person, but them meeting each other, like something like something like Batman and Wolverine meeting, at least, that's an interesting enough story. Yeah,
absolutely. And then
I'm gonna let you say something without me on camera for 1 second, because I have to break up a fight. So you keep talking. I'm still listening.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. And then I'm going to jump into my actual comic recommendation for everyone, which is illustrated by Ashley Wood. And it is the entire Metal Gear Solid saga. That's basically it's an omnibus of like a 24 issue collection. And it's crazy artwork. It's really, really interesting artwork. And if you guys know Ashley Wood, I would recommend anything illustrated by them because it's just fantastic. And then it's Solid Snake in the Metal Gear Solid storyline, the Metal Gear Solid and Sons of Liberty storyline. So that is this right here. A massive thing, but the art is just absolutely fantastic in it. And yeah, it's just one of those.
It is. What art? Wow. And sorry, can you show the front cover again of that one?
Yeah, it's the Metal Gear Solid omnibus. So it's the 24, basically like covering all 24 issues of the story. And when I first read it, I was like, if you played the video game, it has all of like the dialogue from the video game. It's weird because it's almost like playing the video game at certain points, because it's like following step by step of like how to go through certain things. So if you have played it, it's a very interesting read and something I would just say kind of fun to read anyways. The artwork or flipping through it for the artwork alone is just like, it's very,
I think
it's very, very stylized. Yeah.
There. Holy.
Yeah. Like if you like look at it, it's just like all the panels, everything are just fantastic. And it's just, really, really well done. Overall, it's just great story. Obviously, because it's Metal Gear Solid and Hideo Kojima's story. So, it's just fantastic.
That's awesome. Yeah, that one immediately caught my eye. That is a thick book, and that art is amazing. Again, Magic by Marybeth is in the chat. She is dropping links to everything. And unfortunately, David, you led my wife down a rabbit hole, and she went into a weird Sonic website trying to find something. So, how dare you? I don't know what you've done to this poor woman, but you've done it.
I do not support the new age Sonic fandom and anything that goes on it. I am supporting only the Archie comics.
The Archie.
Nothing on the internet. Archie Sonic comics only.
Totally. Now, I appreciate you bringing all these. I think that, I mean, I know for the Metal Gear Solid franchise, like the video game, like I've heard jokes that it pretty much is like people be like, oh, I have to pick up my controller for the 5-minute video game part of my 2-hour movie. Like you making jokes about how long the cutscenes are, and that really it is written like a movie more than anything else, and that you're kind of playing the game separately. So it makes sense to be able to convert that and change that into a comic book, since it's already got kind of a very specific narrative laid out, and it's that's awesome. I mean, David, you sold yourself short, but I think you came in with some really good recommendations from something interesting and niche like Sonic and Mega Man comics from the mid 90s. You got the Captain America World War III story arc run there, and then you've got this the Hideo Kojima omnibus for the Metal Gear Solid, all bringing very different artwork, different styles of writing, but each impacting in its own way. And I think depending on your age and what you like to read and your interests, any one of these recommendations I think would be really good recommendations. Like I can imagine myself even sitting down and reading a little Sonic comic, but giving that out to my nephew there who's preteen. I think he might enjoy something like that. Sorry, my cat's climbing everywhere. Or the omnibus, I think I'd be really interested in, and also checking out Captain America. I really like certain stories that aren't really tied down by the rest of the universe. So to have these like taken stories on their own are really great recommendations.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it, man. Yeah.
Oh man, thank you.
It was cool to go down this rabbit hole of looking at all these comics from my collection, or my old collection. So yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree. And I think this is a really great exercise to do just that, is, not just for our audiences, but for us ourselves. Like, this is a really awesome time for me to start going through my long box and kind of reading comics and pulling out comics and being like, what have I collected over the years? What have I started reading over the years? And I think this was a really fun exercise. And I think, like I said, you came in swinging, so I appreciate you. Yeah, no, thanks for coming on, David. Before I let you go, do you have anything you want to promote, anything you want to say, any last words of anything, or what's going on with you?
Nothing. Just promote your comic and your graphic novel. Yeah, that is why I'm here, to promote it. You guys should read it. Everyone watching, it's worth picking up, obviously, and support the Kickstarter, because it's support artists and support everyone doing this. So it's awesome. It's a great story. So get reading.
I appreciate that, David. I honestly, and I think I can say this for all indie authors, creators, heck, any author, whether indie or not, whether big author or big artist, huge or not. As an author, I can't do this without the support of friends and not even just the financial support of Kickstarters or things like that, but just the genuine support of friends telling you can do it, telling you that your project is fun, it's worth reading, giving honest feedback. I've had friends give me like, hey, I like this, but I think XYZ needed work. Running the story through with my wife, with some of my best friends, and just having friends saying, hey, I read it and I liked it. I feel like it doesn't matter how many comics you sell, whether 5 or 500, whether 1 or 1,000, having your friends and family along the way to support you goes a long way. So anyways, I just want to say thank you for your kind words, buddy, and appreciate again you coming on the stream here, recommending 3 great things, and hope your day is wonderful, and thanks for coming on. That was Sonic, Mega Man, Captain America World War III, and the omnibus for Metal Gear Solid. Some great recommendations there.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much, and hope you have a good stream, and I'll be watching. Have a good one.
All right, thank you, buddy. Well, we'll chat soon.
Chat soon. Bye now.
Awesome. Okay, cool. Unos, which is me. I am Uno. Hello. Okay, cool. So we have someone who's been waiting just a few minutes here. We are our next guest. I'm just gonna toss him in, but again, I think it's those recommendations, just kind of following up on David there. I think those were some really interesting recommendations. I think I don't know why that Sonic one really piqued I think it's just something you overlook. Like, it's very much of yesteryear, the idea of, these tie-in, like I said, whether it's the Super Mario Brothers comic or magazine, or even, the Legend of Zelda, magazines or comics or whatnot, people kind of tend to look at them as like not that they're old or outdated, but just kind of like a relic of the time. So it's kind of cool to have that recommended and to look at that and see like, oh, hey, maybe this is, something worth reading. Our next guest, AJ, is from DeLong Creative Studios there. There's lots to say about AJ. This guy is very cool, and he's got lots going on in his world and some really cool recommendations. I'm going to bring him on in a moment here. Let's see. Hey, that worked. Look at that, a fade. I think that fade. Hey, AJ, how's it going? Can you see me? Can you hear me? Did I do it right or did I do it wrong? Is the question.
I can hear you and I can see you.
Okay, great. No, I can hear you. I can see you too as well. Excellent. Thank you so much for joining me again. Not only did you agree to do this at such short notice, but I also said first I said come in at later, and then I changed the time on you. Then I said come in at 2, and then I held you for 15 minutes. So your patience, it knows no bounds. You are the hero among men. So I appreciate you kind of swinging your plans around for me here. For those who have been watching the stream since the beginning, I have been playing trailers in and out again to promote the Kickstarter. DeLong Creative Studios, of course, which is AJ DeLong here, has been doing the voice work. AJ and I got to know each other through some professional settings of I was hiring him for some voice work for our trailers here. He is the voice of John Black, and if this were to ever be made into an animated movie, I am telling you, he is the voice forever for John Black. When I read my comic, I am picturing this man's voice in my head. But it's nice, we've chatted a bit here on Facebook there and email. But this is our first time kind of chatting in person, and one thing, as soon as I add you on Facebook, heck, even before we add on Facebook, just your Facebook page for DeLong Creative Studios, it's very clear that you have a passion for a specific comic book character, which I'll let you kind of jump into. Yeah, I don't know. I've been rambling. This is quite an introduction. Why don't you take it away with who you are, what you do, and then we'll start talking about your comic that you're bringing today.
Yeah, so I'm a voice actor. If you hadn't guessed from that wonderful intro, thanks for having me. It's nice to actually talk to you kind of in person. We pretty much generally only chat over messages and emails and stuff.
Totally.
So I finally meet the creator.
Yes, exactly. The man behind the email. Yes, exactly.
So that's really cool. Yeah, so I've been the voice of John Black all this time, and that's always been fun. And I've got that metal poster is so freaking cool. And when that package came, my wife was like, "You have another package from Canada. What is this?" And I was like, "Oh, it's the poster." Yeah, that thing's so freaking cool. So that's hanging up out in the studio right now. But I'm a huge Green Lantern nut. I'm not even sure how it happened. I really don't know. I mean, I grew up, I'm the youngest of 4 boys, and it's always been like a comic book, sci-fi, fantasy household where it was always Star Trek, Star Wars, anything, everything comics. And man, it really could have gone any way, either way.
Right.
DC, Marvel, it was all over the place. But there was something about Green Lantern and even more specifically Hal Jordan that just kind of just resonated with me. And it's just been all gas, no brakes.
Yeah.
Ever since.
That's one thing that I really like about Green Lantern is that there are the different iterations of Green Lantern, and not like where, like, for instance, Blue Beetle, they have the different iterations like the Ted Kord and the Jaime Reyes, but they're more like Blue Beetle 1 and Blue Beetle. It's like a passing on the mantle, whereas Green Lantern, it's not a passing on the mantle. It's just different dudes hold this title of space cop, basically. And it is really... that is something that I do find very interesting in the little Green Lantern knowledge that I do have, is seeing, you know, the difference of like Guy Gardner and I think Kyle Reiner is the other one, and then was it John Stewart? Am I saying?
There are so many.
Yeah,
there are so many.
There's so many, and that's just the humans, let alone all the other alien ones. And then to see the different, like a person who loves Hal Jordan, for instance, is not going to maybe connect as much with a Guy Gardner Green Lantern.
Oh boy, is that true. And on that note, it's so strange to me to have Nathan Fillion play Guy Gardner in this Superman movie. Just because in the animated world where, I mean, DC reigns supreme in superhero animated stuff.
Oh, man, I have said that a million times. Their animated movies are like they're so good.
So good. And Nathan Fillion has been the voice of Hal Jordan for so long.
Interesting.
And when I saw that they cast him, when they were first teasing a Green Lantern in the Superman movie, I was like, oh my goodness, they're finally doing Hal Jordan right. And then it was like, oh no, you see the haircut. And it's like, oh no, they're doing the bad one. And then I saw the movie and they absolutely did Guy Gardner right. And he was I stopped feeling bad about it because he knows how to. They put Malcolm Reynolds in a Green Lantern outfit, and it absolutely fit.
Yes.
Man, they did that so well. And even an interview that they did with him, he absolutely understood the assignment. I mean,
right.
After all these years of him doing Hal Jordan, he had to have understood the assignment.
Oh yeah.
He knew what he was doing. So even he said, he was like, you know, when you have a Green Lantern that shows up on the scene, you know, the job's getting done and hooray, Green Lantern. And then it's like, oh, you got Guy Gardner. Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. He's a whole different kettle of fish. He's definitely a kettle of fish than most of the other Green Lanterns, let alone his human counterparts.
Yeah, and on the humans, the human Green Lanterns, you know, so Hal was first, and you know, he was the pilot, right? No fear, the embodiment of no fear. And then Guy Gardner was second. Although they'll argue that John Stewart was second, but in the comic book world, it was Guy Gardner, who was a linebacker. He was a linebacker, so it was all, you know, all ego. And then John Stewart, who was a Marine, and then Kyle Rayner, who was just like the conscience of the human lanterns. And then in the more recent years, you have you know, Simon Baez, you have Jessica Cruz, you have, I mean, there's a bunch of these other ones that have come out of the woodwork that I stopped paying attention to. I stopped paying attention when they introduced Simon Baez, because they introduced a Green Lantern that they put a gun on his hip. And they justified it with like, hey, there was always, every Lantern ran into the situation where the ring, see, I wear rings all the time. I have a whole collection of Green Lantern rings on the shelf back here. I sent you that picture of my Green Lantern shelf. On the front of that shelf is a row of rings that I have as a collection.
Love it.
They always run into that issue where the rings run out of power in the middle of a epic fight or something, and they have to figure it out. And this guy's solution to the power ring running out of power is having a gun on his hip. And that's kind of not how DC runs.
Yeah.
And I got a problem with that. So when my wife and kid go to the collectible store and they see a new Green Lantern figure that daddy doesn't have, and they're like, hey, do you have this one? And I'm like, nope, and I won't, because it's a lantern with a gun on his hip. It's the one I won't have. So that one's always weird for me.
Yeah, that's very fair. It's that is an interesting choice, that's for sure. Very interesting choice for character design.
Yeah, so it's always that's an oddball one that I'm not a fan of.
Now, before we jump into the Green Lantern comic that we're going to talk about, I kind of wanted to get your take on a little story. And again, it's not a big story or anything, but I used to when Green Lantern came out, the movie with Ryan Reynolds, I should say. I didn't really know too much about Green. Like, I knew of the character, obviously. I hadn't really read too many of his comics at the time, because this is 16 years now that the movie came out or whatever.
Yeah.
And I had a friend who was like super into Green Lantern. He's kind of like you, favorite character, Green Lantern. And so I was like, oh buddy, like I'll take you to this movie. Movie came out. I could see free movies at the time. So I was like, I'll take you to the movie and we'll have a time. And I, as a movie goer, thought the movie was like, definitely had its flaws as a movie. But my friend, who was a big Green Lantern fan, had a whole different reaction of like, I don't know how to describe it, like pure disappointment. Like it was less about how a movie was made and the editing and the writing, and more just like, what have they done to my boy? What have they done to Hal Jordan? Kind of disappointment, And it was more from that angle where, and he was a very polite guy where he was just like, yeah, it was like, he didn't want to be like, you took me to a free movie and how dare you, you know what I mean? It was terrible, but you could tell just he was very downtrodden at the possibility of the first time seeing his character done in in the new world of CGI and blah blah blah, and just seeing kind of how the character turned out. You, as a big Green Lantern fan, how does that experience speak to you, and why, let's say, I have an oblivious person, Jimmy the oblivious man here. Tell Jimmy why my friend was so disappointed in this portrayal of Hal Jordan.
So, I came out of that, and to this day, I will maintain that I'm probably one of the 10 Green Lantern fans that actually enjoed the movie.
Really interesting. Okay.
And
that's actually a great point.
And,
I want to hear why.
And if you've got live chat going right now, and you've got Green Lantern fans in the chat, they're probably, this guy needs to go. But here we go, and this is good because there's another people jumping down my throat as I'm trying to explain myself. So Ryan Reynolds at the time was a fantastic casting choice. Obviously, our man who is currently playing Guy Gardner would have been the right choice at the time. But, he was tied up with all sorts of things with Fox and things like that, and that just wasn't going to happen. But he was a great choice. It fit. He was a lot of ego. He had that comedic timing down that wasn't completely overbearing. He was coming down from that I am that college guy every comedic movie, and he was trying to do something better. He was built right. He was building up his actual acting chops. The timing was right for him to do something better. CGI was breaking out of its shell. If the movie had come out maybe 5 years later, it would have looked better. I think that was one of its major drawbacks. I think a lot of people focused on how it looked. And the villain was right. It was Parallax.
Yeah,
It's one of the biggest bads in the Green Lantern universe, other than one we're going to mention in the recommended comic story. So it set it up to do this whole extended story for Green Lantern in the movie world. So it could have been good. I can never remember the name of the guy that they chose to play that like kind of weird scientist guy that wound up being possessed by Parallax.
The actual guy who like became. Oh yeah, that's let's find out. But yeah, you go on. I thought you were thinking of Mark Strong for Sinestro, but no, yeah, that's
Mark
guy.
Strong was fantastic.
Oh, he's like the perfect Sinestro. I think I would recast him today as Sinestro.
Absolutely. Mark Strong was so good for Sinestro. And they did Kilowog right. They did the Guardians right. So much was right. But there were a few little key things that they just missed the mark, but it was enough to kill it.
Yeah.
And it was kind of a bummer. It could have been really, really good. And I think it just suffered from poor writing.
Yeah, I think that was a big one. Oh, and it was Peter Sarsgaard. I didn't realize it was one of the Sarsgaard brothers who was Hector Hammond. Yeah, they're everywhere, man. The Sarsgaards, they're everywhere, man. From Tarzan.
And usually, if there's a Skarsgård in a movie, it's usually a win.
Yeah, totally.
But in this case, that was not the case. Man, he brought the caliber around him down. The rest of the casting was rock solid. Everything else was rock solid. The writing the writing missed the mark, and the CGI just wasn't there yet.
Yeah, it seemed to be just on the precipice, especially with his suit. I found I think even just changing his suit to like a better suit and not so like rubbery, weird, almost like organic, even though it's like made of his. I get the idea because it's a conjuration of his.
It's made of light. Yeah, it's made of light. It's hard to kind of.
Yeah, put that on screen. It's tough. There was definitely some things but it's an interesting review. You know, I haven't talked about the Green Lantern movie in so long, and I've literally only saw it once in theaters when it was out. So it'd be interesting to rewatch it under kind of new eyes. That's for sure.
Yeah, I've got it on Blu-ray director's cut.
There you go.
Like anytime they release they did the 4K, I got it in 4K. Like my wife is like, please don't get another copy of that. And I'm like, well, this new version, they released this in the special features. I got to be able to see this, so I got to get the new copy. And my wife's just like, oh, please stop.
How do you feel about Josh Brolin? Josh Brolin being cast now as Hal Jordan for the Green Lantern show.
It's not Josh Brolin.
No,
That's
it's not. You're right. No, you're totally right. It's Kyle. Is it? That's his name. Shoot. Yes, you're totally right. Why did I say Josh Brolin? I think because he was considered.
Oh,
Lantern.
yeah. I think the casting is okay. I
Kyle
like that
Chandler.
yeah, I think it's interesting that they're kind of going more on the older end of the story, where I feel it's going to be more of like a buddy cop adventure where Hal is showing Jon Stewart the ropes more of that. And I think if that's the case, as long as they don't wreck it and it makes it past a single season, they've confirmed that they're bringing Guy Gardner in, movie Guy Gardner in for the first season for guest appearances. So we've got the main three. That leaves it open for in season 2 they might introduce Kyle Rayner, and if they do that, then who knows what story they'll start to introduce. If this is James Gunn's big master plan, they could do all sorts of neat stuff. There is so much on a grander scale that the Lanterns are involved in, just because, everything that most people think of, like with Justice League and all that, everything happens on Earth.
Yeah.
Right. But the Lanterns operate on a galactic scale. So they could do an awful lot more.
Yeah, there's
with
a
that
lot of
if they
interesting stories to tell there.
Yeah. So I think, if they're smart about it, they could do an awful lot more.
Definitely. Cool, man. Well, but with that said, without further ado, we obviously know it's a Green Lanterns. What comic would you recommend to our audiences? You're saying, hey, let's crack into Green Lantern. Which Green Lantern?
So, as I went digging through my boxes, I know a lot of like hardcore Green Lantern people would be like, hey, any of the old stuff, usually they think of like the duo comics, like the old stuff, and it's always like Green Lantern and Green Arrow. There were so many of those like duo comics. They were like best friends. But when I think of just like this really, really cool series, where it really like brought the entirety of the DC universe together, was like the culmination of what they called the War of Light storyline, and it was the Blackest Night Saga. And is my camera backwards? My camera's probably backwards, but whatever. So it's 9-10 issues technically. Yeah, so it's like it technically tells a story starting with like Green Lantern number 43, and then it's Blackest Night number 0 through 8. So technically 10 issues. So it goes through this whole story of one of, aside from Parallax, the other big bad is called Black Hand, which Hal Jordan has fought with who knows how many times, who winds up wielding a black power ring. And he wields control over death. And this, he didn't have a black power ring before. He was just a really, really, really bad guy who Atrocitus tried to kill at one point, and was stopped by Hal Jordan and Sinestro. this guy who became the Black Hand, because his last name was Hand.
Funny how that works.
Atrocitus, yeah, funny how that works. But Atrocitus found out that this person essentially carried the spark of death in him, and tried to kill him, came to Earth to kill him, and Hal Jordan Sinestro stopped him, not knowing what Atrocitus was doing on Earth. And Atrocitus dropped this tool that he brought with him to kill the Hand. And he kept it, not knowing what it did. Over time, he realized that it was absorbing Lantern's power. And over the years, he would engage in fights on purpose with the Lantern Corps and slowly just start draining their power. And when he got enough of it, he started to awaken the dead. And it kicked off the Blackest Night series. Yeah, so with any great, horrible story, there is a prophecy. And Abin Sur, who is the fellow who dies. So you watched the Green Lantern movie. This is the alien that crash lands on Earth.
Right.
And gives Hal Jordan his ring. So that guy, the reason he chooses Earth is because that's where the birthplace of all life in the galaxy began.
Interesting. Very interesting.
You learn this.
Yeah.
I'm going to be dropping spoilers because this happened in 2009. So
that's fair. Yeah. No, spoilers ahead. Yeah, go nuts.
Spoilers. So Abin Sur talks about this prophecy at the birth of the galaxy on Oa, which is where the Green Lantern headquarters are in the galaxy, and where the Guardians are. And the Guardians essentially were there at the birth of all life. Wrote everything in a book, and it talks about the Blackest Night, and it essentially begins at the War of Light. So all 7 Lantern Corps are fighting against each other for supremacy. And the War of the Light kicks off. So you have, the Sinestro Corps, you have the Indigo Tribe, you have the Star Starfire, all them. They're fighting, and as they're doing that, the Guardians start to notice that there is a shadow growing, and essentially that's the Black Hand gathering his power. And the idea behind this is every DC hero that has died and come back to life has come back to life because the Black Hand and this even stronger being of death, the embodiment of death itself, called Necron, has allowed it.
Interesting.
So, like when the Flash disappeared moments before he was supposed to die, going back in time, when Superman died at the hands of Doomsday and was resurrected, when Hal Jordan dies, when he essentially sacrifices himself to restart a dying sun, all this stuff. Every time a DC superhero dies and they find a way to resurrect him, because that's how comics work, it was because these guys allowed it to happen.
Gotcha. No one ever dies in comics.
No one ever stays dead in comics.
Yeah, no one ever stays dead. That's exactly. They tried once.
So, right. So I think really this was DC's way of hitting a giant reset button. Right. And so now, Black Hand and Necron have come to collect. And they are raising the dead. The heroes and the villains that have stayed dead, they have raised them with black rings, and it's become a whole thing. And the giant power battery, every Lantern Corps has this giant power battery somewhere in the universe that powers all the rings.
Right.
And in Sector 666, because, that makes perfect sense. No surprise there.
Yeah.
The Anti-Monitor, which was this, think of like Apocalypse in the Marvel Universe.
Gotcha.
The Anti-Monitor is like the equivalent in the DC Universe. His corpse is powering the Black Lantern in that, and sure enough, they're raising all the dead, and like they wind up like raising Batman because Batman's dead at this point, and all this stuff, and it becomes a whole big freaking thing, and it's. And they find out that the only way to defeat Black Hand and Necron is for all the lanterns, all the corps, all 7 Lantern Corps to join together and create the white light, like essentially the light of creation to fight it back. And that's when they all learn that the spark of creation happened on Earth, and Sinestro essentially becomes the pilot of the White Ring. Like there's a being that's hiding in the heart of the planet, and it needs a pilot. And Hal Jordan, as a pilot, is like, well, it needs a pilot. Here I go. And Sinestro's like, nah, fuck you. I need to prove that I'm the greatest Lantern again. It's not Hal, it's me. So Sinestro becomes, he becomes the first White Lantern. The White Ring gets booted off of him by Necron because Sinestro wasn't strong enough. Hal winds up becoming the second White Lantern, and like resurrects everybody. It's a big reset button. Everybody's happy. It's a big old thing, and it's the reset button. Every hero, every villain that was dead, they're all alive except for one. And I won't tell you which one though. I'll leave that one unspoiled.
Leave a little spoiler. Yeah, leave a little to the imagination. That's quite the and I'll ask some more questions in a moment, but that's quite the grand scale story. And I know you talk about the reset. I feel like DC Universe was always trying to do that, and I think Marvel as well. But like, because they did the Crisis on Infinite Earths on the Flash, like let's do another big reset. And so, but this is quite the, really sprawling universe. Really, mass amount of
like
teams.
It was everybody. They did like Teen Titans. They did. It was Justice Society. They did. They brought Lex Luthor into it. They brought I think it was chapter 7 of 8. Ganthet becomes a Green Lantern. He's one of the Guardians, and then tells the head of all the Lantern Corps, he's like, oh yeah, by the way, we built in a safeguard into all your rings to replicate themselves in case Blackest Night ever came around, to deputize people.
Interesting.
And like Sinestro's ring pops another ring and deputizes Scarecrow. Oh, so Scarecrow becomes part of the Sinestro Corps.
That's quite the crossover. Wow.
Flash becomes a Blue Lantern. Lex Luthor becomes an Orange Lantern. Wonder Woman's a Star Sapphire. Hera becomes a Red Lantern, and the becomes part of the Indigo tribe. It's really freaking weird. It covers everything.
Really cool. I definitely have to check that out. Just the idea of who, it's almost like those hypothetical questions, you might ask your friends, where it's like taking a random character and be like, what ring would this person get if they were, if they were in that, and so to have that kind of hypothetical question of what Lantern Corps does this person belong to, but actually showing it, like throwing in the Lex Luthors, throwing in the Scarecrows, that's really such a cool idea. And that sounds quite, like I said, quite an expansive world, quite cool. I like it. Really seems big. Seems like it definitely does need to be over the span of like you said, 10 issues rather than a single little, it's a story to tell.
Yeah, it reminded me a lot of, and I know a lot of people probably won't remember it because it happened in the early 90s, is Marvel did it with Executioner's Song. And that spanned X-Men, Uncanny X-Men, X-Force, X-Factor, Excalibur.
Everyone.
And that was an apocalypse story where they killed Xavier. And it was this whole, it rounded up all those groups to fight Apocalypse. Yeah.
Yeah, that is crazy. Now I do want to, I believe this is a Jeff Jones, right? This is a Jeff Jones, if I'm not mistaken. Jeff Johns story written by, and if I'm not mistaken, Jeff Johns. And then the artist being Ivan Reyes. That being said, I do want to point out more so, or not more so, but as well, the colorist is Alex Sinclair. And I point that out because these, obviously when you're dealing with the Green Lantern spectrum, the Lantern Corps spectrum, where you're, a lot of casual DC fans would know of Green Lantern. Some might not know of the entire spectrum of corps, where you have I have this little slideshow going, but you do have a Blue Lantern. You brought up Atrocitus, who is part of the Red Lantern Corps, and Atrocitus has a little sidekick, right? A little cat sidekick who's this pure evil cat who's great, or angry cat, I should say. More not evil, more angry, just an angry cat. Because
well, he's not even a sidekick; he's a full lantern.
There you go. I guess
that cat is a lantern.
More like the duo. They're the duo, Atrocitus and the cat. Yeah. They that's great. But I bring up the coloring because obviously when you have a spectrum of cores all focused on, we have all the Green Lanterns and then all the Red Lanterns and Blue Lanterns, etc. The Indigo tribe. You're gonna need coloring that is gonna be unique to the stories, but not oversaturated in the sense of if I go to the pages where the Green Lantern, I'm not inundated with just green. Obviously it's very green, but it's done in such a beautiful way that I'm not oh god, okay, I'm on the green pages, flip, okay, now I'm on the blue pages, flip, okay, now I'm on the red page. It's done in a really masterful way where it's showing the literal spectrum of colors, while keeping everything uniform and yet beautiful and really tightly packed. Yeah, what a spread. Holy, that's a spread.
To be able to show all of them and to be able to actually pick them out.
There you go. That is, there's, and that's Kyle Renner right there, right? And Guy Gardner in the front, or is that...
Guy Gardner leading the charge there, Kyle Rayner right above him, and you got Kilowog in the crease.
There you go.
Man. Yeah.
That
you got
a double spread
a lot of
if I ever saw one.
Yeah, you got the Star Sapphires over on that side. You got a lot of you got Red Lanterns there. You got, they're all over the place on that. It's kind of crazy how they did some of these. It's insane.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
of
This is
course,
definitely a labor of love to kind of. It's a very detailed comic. It is far from simple. The art, I'll say that. If you're looking for something with like really high intensity, and every page is a masterpiece on its own. Ivan Reyes is an incredible artist, and like I said, Alex Sinclair as a colorist. I mean, these two go hand in hand as artist and colorist. Like, one does not work without the other, and it is such beautiful work in these comics. Like, it's absolutely unbelievable just how much detail and every single panel has. Like you're saying, there's so many characters and such a crossover. And here's Batman, and here's Superman, and here's blah blah blah. And to have so many characters, such detailed comic. I hope these artists were compensated well. Is what I'll say.
Oh, right. Yeah. They dove deep for that story.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you as a this isn't your first Green Lantern comic you picked up, obviously, back in the day. This is something while you were already a Green Lantern fan, this kind of comes out and you pick this up. Tell me about that experience as you're reading it. You're a comic fan. You're reading comics. Why does the Blackest Night stick out to you? Why does this one go like, okay, I'm reading something different right now. I'm reading something new. It might be a broad question.
So with this, I mean, you always see them like the Black Hand had always kind of been in and out as a villain, but this is the first time you see the rings, and this is the introduction of the white lantern ring. So you finally get the full spectrum, and of course now they've added like gold and I think they've added a ultraviolet lantern as well. They're adding stuff now that wasn't there before, but they've added life and death, which is great because I mean they've completed the spectrum. So I think they've kind of, as far as like my headcanon goes, they've completed it, and it feels better in my head. Gotcha. So it was something where it was really and something they kind of touch on a lot is the whole, all of these heroes, all of these villains, they're all running on borrowed time. And the idea that when they died, it was because these guys allowed it to happen. When they came back, it was because they were allowed to come back, not because, Kryptonian technology allowed Superman to heal or blah, blah, blah. It was like, no, Necron allowed it. Like there's this whole, there's a tether to them now. Like there was this whole thing happening in the background all of this time, all of these years. Like we all remember when we were kids. You remember that issue of the Death of Superman, that cover that was just that pipe with his cape hanging like a flag out of the rubble. Like we all remember that and going, the Death of Superman, man, like I still have that book. Like, you know, like as kids, that was gut wrenching. And and when he came back, it was like, okay. Yay. But the idea that he was able to come back because this crazy Death Reaper looking son of a bitch allowed it is just like, okay, this is kind of nuts. but there's this whole like it kind of brings back fear. Because I think at the resolution of this changes how these DC heroes look at death, because they no longer have a solid understanding of what happens when they die now.
Interesting. I like that.
Because
So it kinda
before,
gives a shake up to their understanding of the world and the general lore around them.
yeah, because it's like, wait, what happens when we die now? Do we die, or does this happen? What? Oh, so maybe going forward, they're a little bit more cautious. So, do they sacrifice themselves as easily as they used to? Are they as effective as a hero as they used to be? How does this change their decision making going forward? Because I mean, Hal Jordan never flinches, but will he, knowing what he knows now? And I mean, time tells that he still never flinches. It never fazed him. Even after what happens here, he's just like, nah, fuck it. Job needs to be done. But like the way this story changes so many of the DC heroes, like the Atom, this story just about wrecks him.
Wow.
Because of what he learns. And he's just like, I don't know if I can do this anymore, guys.
Right.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts. And the way it kind of dismantles some of their psyches. It's always cool when it you know, yeah, they beat the snot out of each other, and a good fight's a good fight. But when it starts messing with their heads, it's nice to kind of see what it humanizes them.
Yeah, totally. That's really cool. So it sounds like it's a story that it brings some serious stakes, not only to Green Lantern and, of course, his world and his people, but also just the general DC universe, like the general DC universe. And that's really cool. That's really, because I think sometimes, like you're saying, yeah, that's needed. Where the death of Superman was such a big thing, and to have him come back, really came back because so many people were like, "Well, we want, like, why'd you kill Superman?" And so they're like, "Okay, we'll bring him back." And so now to kind of recontextualize that and put it in a space where it's like, well, maybe it's because somebody else had their hand in choosing who lives and who dies, and somebody else had their hand, and all of a sudden something that might have been kind of like a willy-nilly write-off all of a sudden has some basis in the universe and some and because of that, it adds an additional, almost like an additional gravitas, like almost the fact that Superman came back. Now you know the reason behind it. It almost adds fear. Like, oh my God, if he can just choose when Superman lives or dies, like that's bad news bears for everyone. And so I can totally imagine, reading that comic for the first time, kind of the dread setting in as you're reading it, and you're going like, oh, this guy has like the rings, the guy there's more power here than I would have expected, and a little more control over what's happening here than I realized. So I think that's a great recommend. Like, that totally makes sense why you read this one and you go like, oh wow, this is a Green Lantern story, just because of what it means for the DC universe and Green Lantern in general. Yeah.
And it was one of those, as far as like the Green Lantern universe, like not only does it adds more to the spectrum, it forced all of the Lantern Corps together, and then it kind of it showed them more about their past and their origins, and it hopefully ends the War of Light.
Right. Hopefully.
And then, of course, they do all of this in 2009, 2010, and then DC does the. This was essentially a big old reboot. And then I think it was 2011, they do the New 52,
Right,
which was a big reset button altogether anyways.
Yeah. They're
So it was like,
yeah, it's like
they did another reboot anyways.
why? Yeah.
It's like they just did a reboot. They hit a big old reset button and then they rebooted everything anyways. Why?
I totally get that. That's that sounds about right.
Yeah. I don't know why they made that call, but whatever. I mean, new people needed to see all the origin stories and whatnot.
Yeah, that's usually what it comes down to is how do we sell more comics from an executive point of view? And it's like, let's just write good stories, people. That's all we want. We just want good stories. But it does sound like if you are, this is kind of the theme of today's episode is like, I have, a certain amount of money in my pocket. I want to buy a comic. What comic do I buy? If you are looking for a Green Lantern story, especially with Superman came out, Guy Gardner's in it, the new Lantern show, which is I hear is going to be like a true detective with Green Lanterns, and you're saying, hey, what is the source material like? Where can I actually what does Green Lantern do? I think this is a great story to do that because it has every Green Lantern, so you're not just getting you're not getting a Hal Jordan story or Guy Gardner story. You're getting a Green Lantern story, and it sounds like this is really able to deliver something that's pretty intense, pretty cool, and pretty it has a hold on the DC universe. Like if you know the character, like you're saying, like Luthor's involved, Scarecrow's involved. If you have some kind of general idea about the DC universe, it plays into everything that you might already know, and I think that's a really cool recommendation. I definitely want to. I've been lucky talking to so many people about so many different comics today because getting to I've obviously heard of Blackest Night. It's probably one of the most recognizable names for Green Lantern, but to actually sit down with someone and talk about it and hear what it's about makes me go like, okay, I want to read this now. You know what I mean? It really amps me up. So hopefully, as audience, it amps you up, and you folks get to check out what this one's all about.
I want to see it in an animated, short series.
Yeah, that would be cool. Like done in like we were saying at the beginning of our chat here, DC has by far so underrated. I feel like the only people who know, like people who watch the animated movies are like, these are the best, and then somehow it just doesn't get past that bubble. Yes, if it's able to maintain the standards of the DC animated movies and kind of like you said, probably be better as a mini series than a movie, so you don't have to cut so much out, because it sounds like this would probably be 6 to 8 hours worth of material. So you might want to do like a little mini
I would say
series.
4-part.
Yeah,
I would say it's maybe a 4-part. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be really cool. I think it definitely, the more adaptations for accessibility is great. I want people to read, but I think like we're saying, their movie stuff is so good that this would absolutely be a really cool story to see in a visual medium like TV or whatnot. So I think that would be a great idea. And we need a voice for Hal Jordan after all, Mr. AJ.
Man, if Nathan Fillion could just retire from voice acting, I need him to retire.
Right.
He won't. He's still going so strong. Yeah. And now with the Superman movie and everything that's going on, he will never leave. So I'm kind of screwed.
Maybe because he's Guy Gardner now. Maybe they're gonna get a new Hal Jordan for the animated films because he's live action Guy Gardner. They don't want to mix too much pudding in the pop, So who knows?
Who knows? Yeah.
I'm trying to manifest
maybe I'll luck
you,
out.
AJ.
Man, that would be fantastic. I would
Yeah.
love that so much. Man, if I could be the voice of Hal Jordan for one legit WB animated something, even if it's the frickin' DCU online game, I would be the happiest person on the planet. Um, Man, that's my dream gig. I want to be the voice of Hal Jordan for something. Not
You heard
not
it,
a
Warner Brothers.
fanfic. Yeah. Like not a fan piece. Like it would be fun to be Hal Jordan for a fan piece, but I want to be Hal Jordan for an actual WB licensed thing.
I believe in you. I think you could do it. I'm putting it out in there. In the universe, you are the next Green Lantern. And yeah, DC execs, come on, DeLong Creative Studios. They, you guys, AJ, you do great voice work.
It's just me.
Yeah. You're the man behind the talent, and I'm not just saying this because we've worked together and because you're on the air. Again, this is me just kind of promoting AJ right here, but if you need voice work done, if you're making anything animated, WB, once you start making the next Green Lantern, here he is. The voice work you do is so good, and you're so easy to work with. And I say this as someone who started working with AJ on a professional level. How we met was through voice work, so that's why I'm saying, like, it's not just hey, my buddy does voice work on the side. I met him first as a professional. He is a voice actor. He is incredible. So yeah, the more work we can. I'm all about people just doing what they love. That's what I love. I love seeing it, whether it's voice work, whether it's comics. I have a friend who does cleanup on like old, like he does 4K restoration footage, things like that. And like, he's like, that's his passion. And I'm like, yes, do it. Like whatever your passion is. Like my wife, she's a sculptor. She Magic by Mary Beth, amazing artwork. The more people who can do what they love, the better. I think that's what makes the world go round, is doing your creative passions. And so I would love to see you as Hal Jordan. I genuinely think, again, not just trying to blow smoke, but I genuinely think that you could do that with ease. I think you are the right choice for that. So that's, again, my personal opinion. But yeah, making you feel all warm and fuzzy inside. And like we agreed upon, that will be $500. No, I'm just kidding. There's no, that was a joke. That was a joke. But no. I genuinely, I've had a great chat here. I don't know if there was more you wanted to add on to this. I could talk to you for hours. I'm not saying you have to leave, but what you was more to say? Was there another thing you wanted to add onto this the talk about Green Lantern and the Blackest Night?
Oh man, I could go on about Green Lantern for freaking ever. No, I think we pretty much covered all the Blackest Night stuff. No, that covers all of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. AJ, your website, it's I don't want to say it incorrectly. It is DeLongCreative.com or
Yep, DeLongCreative.com.
There it is, DeLongCreative.com. Unlock the power of the human voice. That is as simple as it gets. Like I said, if I did not believe in AJ's work, I would have stopped talking to him a long time ago. That's only half a joke. What I mean is,
I was gonna say we met. You hired me for the first thing. Like, what is it? 3 years ago at this point?
I'd say 2 to 3 years. Yeah, something like that. And it's been a blast chatting with you like this for the first time. And so hopefully we do it a lot more because I think we have a lot of aligned interests, obviously. But yeah, no, it was great to have you on. And again, thank you for this recommendation. Again, Green Lantern, obviously, like our first guest, Daniel CaptBurgerson, he talked about Batman, The Longest Halloween. And sometimes, sometimes it's, we obviously want to promote indie creators and indie artists and people who put so much of themselves into work without the backing of a big company. But at the same time, like people like Jeff Johns and Ivan Reyes, they themselves started as, they weren't like born and got a job at DC. They were writers first and foremost, artists first and foremost. And like I would be it would be crazy not to promote something just because it's backed by a big publisher. At the end of the day, Jeff Johns is an incredible writer, and Ivan, like I was talking about, Ivan Reyes and Alex Sinclair together creating the art and the coloring. This is a fantastic looking book. I'm definitely going to crack into it a little bit. And so, yeah, if this is something, audience, that interests you, that if you're thinking, hey, you know, maybe I want to start cracking into Green Lantern, it really does sound like Blackest Night is a good one. And then from there, you can just kind of see what other Green Lantern stories are for you. Like AJ and I touched on, there are so many Green Lanterns, each one with a different personality. So there might be a lead that a Green Lantern that you're like, I never want to hear from this man's mouth again. And another where you're like, this is the coolest guy ever. But yeah, there's something for everyone there. So I thank you, AJ, so much for coming on. Again, I really appreciate everything. Yeah, happy to promote whatever you have going on. Yeah, whatever you have going on.
Yeah, right now, what do I have going on? The summers are always pretty quiet. So, yeah, if anybody needs voice work out there, hop onto my website and hit me up, or my social medias. I'm just AJ DeLong. So Facebook, Instagram. What's my handle on Instagram? I think it's like Bearded Bacon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bearded Bacon voiceover guy or something like that. I'm on TikTok as well as AJ DeLong, the voice actor. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Summers are quiet, so
Yeah.
make me not quiet.
There you go, people. You heard him. Even if it's something small, support creators. There's too many. I've been harping about AI. But now we got things like AI voiceovers and AI things, and that is all nonsense and garbage. Doesn't sound human, isn't cool, destroys the environment. Every prompt you put into AI creates over 10 times the CO2 emission that a normal Google search does. Just keep that in mind. So every time you talk to Google ChatGPT, every single thing you put in there. So that also equates to voice lines or AI voices. You are not only taking jobs away from people, you are not only creating something that doesn't sound good, you are also destroying the environment. There is literally lose, lose, lose. There is no reason to do that. So hire a person. When you give someone your time and effort and money and to help you create something, that you are working harmoniously with the universe. You're working harmoniously with other people. And me creating this comic, I'm writing a comic, just a comic, and here I am interacting with a guy who does voice work and puts himself out there doing voiceovers and dub-overs, and it's because if I'm creating a trailer, I want to put something good behind it, and having another creative person behind it is really cool, and connecting to other creatives. Like I said, one of my friends who does like 4K upgrades, who sits there and upscales old footage 4K. You know, that's so amazing, and you're doing voice work. That's so amazing. My wife's doing, like, people need to do what they love, and if you're not supporting that and you're just finding the quickest route about it, boo. That's what I have to say is boo. So boo. So support indie creators, support voice work. Obviously, if you're not a video maker and you're like, oh, I can't support voice, like, you're not a video maker, that's fine. But if you're making videos and you're making trailers and you're making animations, whatever might be the case, honestly, to me, the least hard part is getting a voice. The voice acting is like the one things I get last, because I'm like, this will be done really quickly. There's so many other things on the plate. To let someone else take that off your plate and compensating them for their time is so worth it. Anyways, at this point, I'm just blabbing and going on, and like, I feel like I'm scolding people. I'm not scolding you. I just love everyone. That's what I'm trying to say. But AJ, again, I really appreciate your time and you coming out here and this recommendation. I know you and I will continue to have lots of talks in the future. I don't know if this is going to be an ongoing series. Really, the whole reason for this live stream was just to promote my current Kickstarter for Brothers, 3rd volume, Children of the Night, to drive traffic that way. But if this is of interest to people, if people like, hey, I want to hear more comic ideas, panels could become a normal thing. I don't know. Nothing's promised. This is currently at its current state a one-off little live stream, but who knows what the future holds, right? Who knows? So, no, I appreciate you coming on, AJ. Go to DeLongCreative.com, hire this man, and read comic books.
Always. Thanks for having me.
No problem, good sir. I know we rambled, but no, appreciate your time, and you have yourself a wonderful evening.
I will try. You do the same.
All right. Talk soon.
All right.
Okay. Cool. That was awesome. Thank you again, AJ, for stopping in. That was awesome. That was great. I love talking to people who are creative people. Are you a creative person? Are you not a creative person? I like talking to people. I think that's what it is at the end of the day. So I like talking, and I do it too much. So let's, before we end today's live stream, that's it. All we have for guests. I really appreciate everyone coming out. I really appreciate everyone taking the time. Like I said, this was to drive traffic to our Kickstarter, which is Children of the Night Volume 3, brothers. You can check it out on Kickstarter. It's a pinned comment in the chat. Thank you, everyone who has come by to see what's going on, to see different guests, talk about different comic books. Some indie, some big. You know, it's great. We've had a great collection of comics. I wanted to... my computer's freezing, which is very cool. Before I can stop the stream, I wanted to talk about a couple more comics, but I also wanted to talk about an artist real quick. I figured it'd be cool, and I just saw this artist. This is not a promotion in any sense, like this person has no idea I'm talking about them. I just saw some art, and I figured we were talking about indie comics, we were talking about indie creators, why not talk about a cool artist? If you are looking for some cool, interesting art, check out Matt Draws Everything. MattDrawsEverything.com. I'm just loading up the screen here, but yeah, I just wanted to briefly talk about this gentleman as an artist. It's such unique art. It is very cool. If it is not scrolling very well, I apologize. It might not be showing very well, so check out MattDrawsEverything.com. Again, I just wanted to showcase a very cool, unique-looking art. It really does not want to scroll on our stream, so that is fine. That was it, really. I just wanted to scroll through some of this art and show you, but of course, I don't know how to read or write, so apparently this does not work, and that's fine. And that's why we are doing things live, right? That's why we do things live. So that way, if it doesn't work, then I say, hey, what a beautiful kind of day. Okay, so before we let you go, I have a couple comics that I wanted to quickly recommend, just to throw out there, just to say, hey, check this out. Some silly ones, some fun ones. Let's see what we got in here. Yeah, I'm going to save a couple for a potential next time, if there is a next time. But if there isn't a next time, that's cool too. I've had fun sitting here with you guys. Thank you so much again, Magic by Mary Beth, moderating the chat, dropping the links for everything. Let's talk. First, I want to recommend, before we let you go, before we end this stream, Pizza Pigeon. Look at this thing. Pizza Pigeon. This, we're talking pizza, we're talking pigeon. Sometimes you need to read a comic that is just silly, that is fun, that is not taking itself too seriously. Whoopee daisy. Here you go. Here's another shot there. This is a labor of love pizza pigeon. This was recommended to me by a friend, a colleague at my day job. One of his friends wrote this, and they actually gave it to me for no cost. This was while I was making the first volume of my comic. And while I was making it and getting ready to kind of kickstart it, this was a couple of years back now, to kind of show support, he brought me this comic. So it says, they signed it. It says, just make your book already and hit me up for publishing. So, you know, that's really nice. Nice guy, nice little comic. Jared Clay, written and illustrated by Jared Clay. As you can tell, labor of love. This whole thing, it's printed really nicely. It is drawn and colored. It looks like, you know, pencil, marker, pen. The amount of coloring in this, it's so vibrant. It's so silly. It's so fun. Do not take this seriously. Pizza Pigeon, you literally cannot take this seriously. It is about a super-powered half pigeon, half pizza. That's right, half pigeon, half pizza creature. So there's that. Very silly, very fun. Like I said, Bounty Hunter, Solar Funk. This is by Sam Hens. This is a really short little comic, Sam Hens. I'm sure, I believe that they do the art and writing, which it looks like. Yep. So you can find them, I believe, on Instagram, Sam Hens Art. That's SAMHENZE Art, A-R-T. And this is just another really, it's not a huge comic. It's a really light read, but it is so beautiful. Yeah, like it is really fun. A lot of vibrant colors, a lot of cool colors. This is another one where you know that somebody put their time, their love into it. They put everything, their time and love into it. That's everything, right? And then for my final recommendation today is called Hero of Legend. I'm slowly but surely running out of juice. Here we go. Hero of Legend. I have volumes 1 through 3. This is volume 2 and 3 here. And this is volume 1. Okay, chapter 1, chapter 2, and chapter 3. I might have held that up interestingly and weird. Hero of Legend. I mean, this is like a fun little adventure. This is another high fantasy comic. If you're a fan of, like, one of the biggest inspirations right off the bat, you can tell right away, is the Legend of Zelda game series. There's definitely a lot of inspiration, but again, this is not a rip of that or anything like that. It's just inspired. But obviously you have your classic, like, feelings, a bit Lord of the Rings, but at the end of the day, this is a legend of its own right. This is a story in its own right. I've only read the first couple. I do need to crack into the third. I'm really excited about this series, and they come out quite often. So if you follow Hero of Legend, if you go on Threads, yes, I am a Threads user. If you go on Threads, you can find the author and creative team on Threads, and from there, they release these quite often. So they've done 3 or 4 now at this point. I forget. I apologize. And so I think every couple months they'll drop a new chapter, and every time you're able to catch up. So if that is of interest of you, you're wanting to support some indie comics, Hero of Legend, when it drops its new thing, you can catch up. But really, that's it, really. I wanted to thank you all for joining us here. We've had quite a fun time, and we have had quite an array of guests. I hope that somewhere along the way, you as an audience, you found a comic that spoke to you, that sounded interesting at least, that when you heard us speaking about it, you said, you know what, I do have $10-15 laying around. Maybe I can pick that one up. Again, this is really, I wanted to run this live stream, not only to promote my own personal comic, Brothers, the 3rd volume in the Children of the Night saga, but I wanted a chance to for my own sake, learn some new comics, but also for you folks out there who just needed a recommendation. Sometimes it's a lot. I know I get this with movies where I'm like hearing a lot of movie recommendations. I'm like, oh, or video games. Like, play a lot of video games, and the amount of times I'm like, oh, I want to play this, but I want to play that, and it's tough. It's tough to make decisions. So I know a world of comics, especially when Marvel and DC are shoved, down our throats. And again, not about, we had 2 DC recommendations and a Marvel recommendation today, which is awesome. But they're just a big name, that's just how it is. It's like, if they're a big name, it's like name a coffee shop that isn't Starbucks kind of thing, right? So sometimes it's hard to see past what is the big names to be like, what is there to read? And so to get indie recommendations, it's great. And even with the big names, if you're wanting to like, we recommended Green Lantern's Darkest Night, and we recommended Batman The Long Halloween. Sometimes, again, if you're wanting to read a DC story or a Marvel story, it's hard to decide like which one, like which, there's so many. They've been running since like the 40s. Like what do I read? And so I thought this was a good chance to figure out what to read. What do you want to read? What kind of comic you want to read? We've got lots of options, from Horiyama, which is a coming-of-age romance manga, to the Darkest Night Green Lantern series, or the Metal Gear Solid Omnibus, hardcover edition, a wide array. So I'm really hoping something spoke to you there. And if not, well, then you watch this and I got your watch time. No, again, I would have cut that. If this wasn't live, I would have cut that. So anyways, no, I hope that you had a good time in watching this. I hope these guests, thank you, CaptBurgerson, Daniel, thank you, Magic by Marybeth, MB, thank you, Christian, thank you, Mole on Face, David, thank you, AJ from DeLong Creative. I appreciate all of you for coming in, talking your favorite comics, giving the recommendation. Really, I can't do this without you. As you can tell, I immediately start burning my tires and spinning my tires the minute I am left alone to my own devices here. So, but that's okay. That's cool. So what I'm going to do before I let go, again, please check out, it's the top pinned link in the comment section. Please check out the Kickstarter for Brothers. It is the 3rd volume in the Children of the Night saga. It is a cyberpunk detective saga. To give you a rundown, it is the year 2335 in a very dystopic future. It takes place in the district of Uptown, and John Black, a private investigator, is on the case of the disappearance of missing children, and his past starts to correlate a little more with this investigation than he expected, and things start to spiral out of hand. It is a 4-part saga, so it has a very definite beginning and end, and we are at the penultimate issue. We are at issue 3, so your questions start getting answered in this issue. So, no, I appreciate everyone coming. Again, I am going to play the trailer, and then that's it. That's the end of the stream. We'll play the trailer and then log you out, and or play an outro, I should say, and that's it. So, again, I appreciate you all for coming. I appreciate everyone for joining the chat, for coming onto the show, and, outros are hard.
Uptown, a district with a sinister buzz. The streets are crawling with vermin, juxtaposed to the rich that live in their towers looking down on them. Where does a me lie between these two extremes? On which side do the scales tip?